Fight fans, fight fans, fight fans. This is Kurt DeVille with Counterpunch Boxing News. And yes, I am live once again to get it in. People, we have Opetaia versus Claudio Squeno in the building, okay? I thank everybody for still being up. I just woke up, honestly. And boxing is getting more interesting as time goes by. We concluded on the if you guys were up for it, the Abdullah Mason card. The Abdullah Mason card, he made quick work of what was it? Calatila? By splitting his eyelid open, and they stopped the fight in the fourth round, which I think was a good stoppage because that cut was going to get nastier because Abdullah Mason was already systematically working power shots to get him out of there. Okay. I think that anything could happen in boxing, and it did. The first of what I seen was despicable. If you guys don't know, we had Kelvin Davis, and Keyshawn Davis. Well, Kelvin lost last night. He lost badly. And the tasteless thing that happened after that, I never seen before. After a fight, we've seen scuffles and stuff. I've seen firsthand entourages, get into whole brawls in Brooklyn, New York. So, yeah, fights break out in crowds, especially when you're dealing with which side you're on and you're a part of the scuffle and bustle. And Alex counterpunch, Conrad Francis counterpunch, member in the building. But I never seen, after the dust is settled, after the fight was done, after the decision was made, I never seen what I saw. It was very piss poor decision making and just poor taste, classless by the Davis brothers, Keon and Keyshawn. Allegedly jumped on Nahir Albright, jumped on this guy, jumped on him. It was pitiful. They jumped on him and beat him up, gave him a nice little bruise right here. And it's like, well, I don't even see the reason for you. They're bugging out, bro. That is I hate people. I hate to see people jump, first of all. I hate bullies, second of all, and when you decide to do that, it's like, yo, what are you really doing? What are you really doing? But we'll talk about that in a minute. We have another card that we are gearing up for. That is why we are here. Opetaia once again staying busy fighting undefeated fighters. Claudio Squeno in the building. I look at Claudio, and he has a record of 17-0, no losses, no draws, 9 by KO. Now, who has he fought? Mainly, he's Italian, so most of his fights have been from Italy. Now, one thing that interests me about anybody that fights in his hometown, and then he goes abroad, that's always the big test. You know what I'm saying? It's never what you think. You could be the baddest man in your country or your providence or whatever. Is when you go somewhere else to see other competition, to see how you match up with them. That's what makes you something. Jay Roos in the building. What's up, brother? Counterpunch to you. Man, early morning. Absolutely. We're at it. We're working. That's what we do. Counterpunch to you. Bars. HXH123. Hello. Counterpunch to you. we have, this is an interesting chap here.
76.1 kilograms, professional record. Perfect, 7 fights, 7 wins, 6 big wins coming by way of knockout.
Max Money.
Jeff Fraser Sheep up boxing the home gym. The man hails from right here in Brisbane, Queensland, Australia. Introducing your IBF Youth World Super Middleweight Champion. This is Triple M Max Money.
Max McIntyre. Max McIntyre, a.k.a. Max Money in the building. Opetaia needs fight undisputed cruiserweight after. That's not up to him. It's never up to him. People, you need to understand something about fights to be made. It takes two to fight. You can't fight when there's no guy to fight. You have to take what you got. Okay? That's just, it is what it is. Muhammad Rayhan in the building. We got we got this early morning crew. There's nothing like it, man. I really enjoyed the second card. I didn't catch his Warren. I think I seen him shadow box during the I seen him shadow box blindfolded. So seen Warren shadow box blindfolded. So this is going to be interesting to see what type of fight this is. This is an 8-rounder. Okay. Good right to the body from McIntyre from Max Money. Rikaya Warren, that's who he's fighting. Okay. And Rikaya Warren is also undefeated. He is 5-0 with 4 KOs. So you got 2 undefeated guys, 7-0 and 5-0. So whichever wants it. Baidu, Jack, Belt, WBC. Yeah. McIntyre, he's doing a lot of feints. Warren lands a nice little jab. Jab upstairs for McIntyre. Jab to the body for Warren. Jab downstairs for McIntyre. Ooh, he throws a wide punch. And it hit nothing but air. Ooh, good right hand from Warren. Ooh, good left hook return from McIntyre. Jab lands for Warren. Oh, good. Another jab lands for Warren. Left hook lands for Warren. He turns. Another left hook lands for Warren. Oh, good left hook lands for Warren. He's found a home for that left hook. And now he's leaning with it. So he's starting to turn his hips with it. When you start seeing fighters that starts touching someone with that left hook, then they start actually throwing their hips into it. Oh, another left hook. I think that hurt McIntyre. That ends that bell. So that's a Warren round right there. So it's a good fill-out round. So expect the second round to really be full of magic. Absolutely. Good fight so far. Good fight so far. Claudio Squeno. Who is this? He is an Italian undefeated fighter from Italy. That's who he is. He is he's mostly fought Italian opposition. Okay, so he gets a chance to test himself. I seen him in the media workout. I mean, he doesn't look half bad. I like his form. I like the way he throws punches. He's a solid, compact fighter. So he likes to fight on the inside. So it's going to be an interesting fight for Jaya Pataya. And, you know, the styles make the fights, but the more styles that you fight, the better you are. You know, so you have to keep that in mind. You have to adhere and be experienced enough for any style so you'll know what to look for. So you won't see anything new to you. You know, a lot of times these fighters if they fight in the hometown, they get accustomed to seeing the same stuff. That's why when they go abroad, they ended up running into something they never seen before, and that what brings on adversity. Okay, Skrilla 50 in the building. What's up, King? Counterpunch to you, Andrew. Member in the building. What's up, brother? Salute. When you guys come in, just hit the like button. Oh, good right hand for McIntyre. He lands a good right hand on Warren. I think Warren was trying to too desperately throw that left hook. That's what happens. You try to overcommit the left hook, the right hand is for the counter. So there you go. And he ate that too. You know, I'm hoping these guys learn something. Now McIntyre comes in with a hook, you know, and they do a little hug of war. Good right hand. The right hand lands for McIntyre once again. Oh, good jab for Warren. He comes back. Oh, yeah, this is going to be a fun fight. Somebody's going to sleep. Oh, wait a minute. Time. Yep, that was behind the head punch. That was.
We'll have a moment here for the corner of Warren.
Well, yeah. That they should have actually seen the. They should have saw the behind the head punch there. Good right hand for. Yeah, they're getting a little physical. They're doing a little in-house, little rough house tactics because, you know, McIntyre likes to jam you and then grab you. Yeah, he warned him on that. So, you know, that was more like if you guys seen that, it was a shit show, people. Yeah, I mean, it was a very, very good left hook to the body from Warren. He eats a right hand from McIntyre. Double jab comes in from Warren. But yeah, man, Kelvin, the brother of Keyshawn Davis, bro, he was hugging so much. It had me pissed. I was pissed off. I thought I was watching it. Hector Camacho reincarnated. Who is the best Italian boxer? I don't know. I have no idea. Les Reed, counterpunch to you. Welcome. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show, people. Round 3 is up. You know, I don't think ring card girls get much shine, man. I don't think they get enough shine, honestly. You know, I just don't think that's the. I definitely give Warren the first round and McIntyre the second round. We got a jab on the inside. McIntyre tries to counter with his right hand. Kia Ora from New Zealand. Kanish Ram, counterpunch to you. Stay blessed, be real. What's good? Is the fight on the zone? Absolutely. The fight is on the zone. Stay blessed, be real. Absolutely. Now, here's the deal with a lot of these fighters. They're going to have to know when to fight. And a lot of times these fighters, they pick and choose when to fight or when to throw punches. Left hook lands for Warren. Ooh, left hook to the body lands for McIntyre. Nature's sound medication. Who are you backing? I mean, Jaya Pataya is the champion. You know, I like Jaya Pataya. I know nothing about Claudio Squeno. But you know something in boxing. This is what happens, and I notice. If you're a lover of the sport, you can find heroes and people to rally behind in each and every fight and each and every opportunity. You may find a guy that you've never heard of until you see him. Then you like him. You're like, I want to see more of him. That's how I am with boxing. Sometimes stars are made. Let me give you an example. Look at Justice Hooney. I want to see him again. I did see the fight. Yeah, he's doing a lot of roughhousing. McIntyre, he's trying to. You know, I think he does a lot of rolling. You know what I mean? And I don't mean pills. I mean jiu-jitsu. Because the way he fights, if you've seen him, he was all squatting down like he's Anderson Silva in the ring. Like, what boxer does that? You know, that looks like a UFC gesture, right? Jaya Pataya, brutal power gladiator. Zerto needs to come out of hiding. I think he's trying to use, this is what I think Zerto's doing, bro. I think Zerto is trying to use his belts and use his championship status to get that bag from Jake Paul. You know, when you hear a call from Jake Paul, you know money is around the corner. So if that's the case, I think it depends on this fight that's going to happen on the 28th when he fights the legend's son, Chavez Jr. And I think Zerto Ramirez, I think if he's smart, he would be there. He's trying to get that bag. See, he can fight Jaya Pataya, probably get knocked out or whatever, but if he gets knocked out, he won't have this opportunity again. See, Zerto Ramirez is looking for that money. He's looking for that bag. Zerto got scared. No, well, I'm thinking he may be afraid of getting beat, but he's afraid of getting beat because he knows the minute he gets beat, then Jaya Pataya takes those belts. And then he's going to bargain that just like Alexander Usyk did, just like Terrence Crawford did. So it's a clear way to get where you need to be in the heavyweights. You know what I mean? It's almost like going into college and then going into the military. So if you go into college, you know, if you got at least an associate's degree, you're going to come in as an officer. You would rather do that than to just go right into the military and then use the military to go into college. No, you know, in boxing is the same thing. You want to get your credentials in that division below, get the undisputed, then you have ample opportunity to fight for that belt at heavyweight. That's exactly what Usyk did. That's how he fought AJ on the WBO. That's how Terrence fought Jeff Horn on the WBO, because he unified the whole division. And then with the WBO becoming the lineal, you're able, as the lineal, to come up and challenge who that next division is. Okay, so in Terrence's case, that was Jeff Horn, because Jeff Horn decisioned Manny Pacquiao in Australia. Needless to say, that's where they're at, right? So then, of course, with Alexander Usyk, he was a cruiserweight, so he went up to the WBO, which was the champion, Anthony Joshua, because he was the WBA and the IBF and the WBO. So that's how we got the opportunity. So it's a lot of opportunities can happen for him. So saying all that to say this, they got the Riyadh season. Okay. No, his mouthpiece came out again. Yeah, they're going to have to stop doing that. He's going to have to start biting down on his gum shield and controlling his mouth. We don't need any Jaime Munguia stuff going on. No Cuban drums today. Nah. Nah, they're in another state, bro. CJ, we are back in the building. If Zerto fights Jake Paul, then he better reduce the size of Paul's chin. Well, the thing is, I mean, fighting Jake Paul is it's a luxury, fighting Jake Paul. You know, it's one of those fights that, you know, it's almost, let's say, but you know, you guys remember Butterbean back in the day? Well, just imagine Butterbean was a millionaire. And then it was actually people, you know, he was kind of like he was the king of the 4-rounders, right? And they called him that because shit, he only did 4 rounds, you know, but he would knock out a lot of taxi cab drivers and stuff like that. But he wasn't hated though, but he really wasn't taken seriously amongst serious heavyweights in the rankings. He was kind of like the, you know, yeah. I don't know what, like the styles of these two guys, they're comfortable hugging on the inside, but then they want to fight. It's weird in boxing though. You know, your adrenaline is up, but you know you don't want to get put in position to be countered. So the sweet spot is, or the safe place would be in the clinches. But you still want to fight. So your mindset is to fight, but you're in a clinch. So you're still trying to punch without getting hit or without being countered. That's what happens. And this is why you look at fights like this and you're like, well, damn, why can't these dudes go toe-to-toe? I don't think they feel comfortable going toe-to-toe. You got one guy with 7 fights and you got another guy with 5 fights. So they don't really have the overall confidence, you know, and growth. Oh, well, Hitchens and Camboso Jr. I didn't know Cambosos was still fighting. But hey, for the IBF World Junior Welterweight title, okay. Hitchens is fighting Cambosos, and I think he will be in Australia. But yeah, Zerto's trying to get that money before taking on someone like Jaya Pataya. But he's just really holding Jaya Pataya up because Jaya Pataya is trying to get, he's trying to rapidly grow. He wants these fights. You know, but it's a good thing that we're here to witness him staying busy. You know what I mean? Come on, people. Smash that like button. It's free. Show your support for the channel. Subscribe and share. Hey, let's do it. Let's do it. But I think Warren has to understand something, too. When you get with a guy like McIntyre's clever because you can cleverly clinch a person to your benefit. You can clinch a person when it's convenient to you. That's the thing. See, like I just seen McIntyre come in with a 1-2. And then when he came in with that 1-2, he came in and he immediately grabbed Warren. That's to nullify his attack. You want to stop someone. You want to stop someone from fighting. You know, you get off first and then grab him. And here's the thing. It's a sneaky way of fighting. You know, Warren needs to step back. That's his problem, or step to the side, rather. Not necessarily back, but because if he steps back, you know, he may give McIntyre an opportunity to attack once again. So McIntyre, he comes in with a punch. See, he steps back then. So you know he's able to make things happen. Bow! He immediately grabbed him and wrapped him up. That's exactly what he did. So this is the 5th round. And what the problem with Warren, he's not experienced enough to know what to do. That's the problem. And I'm not sure if they're telling him what to do. They're just hoping he lands a shot like he's landed the Wardley Fabio shot. Kurt putting in a triple shift. Absolutely. Man, we're working. We're working, man. We're working. We're working here. We got to get it. Bivol can make some noise in cruiser. Yeah, because see, cruiserweight for Bivol, you know, look, don't expect knockouts. Expect classic action-packed punches and bunches. If you think you're going to see the Deontay Wilder / Wardley-like knockouts, you're not going to get them at cruiserweight. I'm sorry, you're not going to get that from Bivol. You may get that from someone like Artur Beterbiev if he decides to keep fighting. But the way I think the way we all know that Artur really doesn't like boxing like that, let you know that he's not going to be around longer. He's made enough money, I feel. He's beat everybody that he's ever faced, including Bivol. That Riyadh money is long. Good right hand from McIntyre. Yeah, because see, now he's just frustrated Warren to get Warren to do what he's going to do. Now Warren's not even throwing back. He's not even throwing back anymore because he's been grabbed and held and clinched. And now McIntyre's like, okay, now I see what you're doing. Yeah. But I don't even see him going. I don't see Artur going to Cruiserweight. I don't see him going, back to Cruiserweight because that's where he was in the amateurs. McIntyre's he's winning this fight because he's frustrated and threw Warren right off his game. And Warren wasn't able to deal with the clinching, and now he's starting to attack because there's no need to punch him and hold him because he's right where he wants him to be. All you have to do, like boxing is psychological. So if you take 2 or 3 rounds of back, grab him, clinch him up, break, and grab him, clinch him up, pretty soon that fighter's going to expect you to do that. But you don't have to do that if you know you're initiating the attack. But if you know that's a part of your game plan, now you can back. You don't have to grab no more because that guy's going to stay solid. He's going to stay stationary. And that's exactly what Warren's done. That's exactly what he's done. That's what he's doing. And he's getting picked apart now. Look at that jab, right hand, left hook. That's what's happening because now he's anticipating being clinched now, and then he doesn't have any answer for it. Look, overhand right, left hook to the body, all McIntyre. I think McIntyre has did some MMA, bro. I think he's wrestled at least. Bro, tell me that's not his mouthpiece again. Yeah, he should take a point after that. That's the 3rd time in this fight that Warren has had to get his mouthpiece off the canvas. That's crazy. Artur, old boxer, 41-year-old, not prime. Absolutely. John Pataya, any good? Box rec doesn't seem to suggest so. No, John Pataya is really good. He's really good. Most importantly, he's exciting. So right now, you've seen these fights. He fought Inyika. Knocked out Inyika, I think, in the 8th round. Now he's fighting Squeno, another undefeated fighter. Inyika was like 10-0 or 12-0 or something like that. And I don't know if Warren is getting tired. He may be getting fatigued, but it could be more than likely from all the clinching. Oh, good right hand from McIntyre. He just steps in. Bow! Oh, good right. Good left hook. Good right. Oh, good left to the body. Straight right to the body by McIntyre. Another right hand to the body. Out comes the mouthpiece. Fight's over. I seen it coming because look. He couldn't. He wasn't fighting. He wasn't fighting. He looked confused. And McIntyre was starting to put those punches together. Knocked his mouthpiece out for the 4th time. Once that was out, that referee saw that. And I think he was a British ref. I think it was a little quick, honestly, because that could have, he could have showed what he was able to do. I wanted to see a knockdown or two, something like that. Bars. P on Diddy, counter punch, bars. I'm getting me another palm, people. Palm a grant tea. Look at that, right, back. Then jab, right to the body. Missed with the left uppercut. He pushes him back. He gets him across the ropes. He belts him. Bow! Straight right hand. Yeah. That referee was like, nope, let me save this fighter from himself because he doesn't know what to do. He's confused. He looks like he's fatigued. That ring card girl can get it. Good God. We got that in the UK. That palm is tasty. Yeah, some good stuff, man. I throw it in with my water, man. I like to get that smart water, drink it down, and throw some pomegranate juice in with it. Good stuff. I just wish it was in glass. Oh, this is white passion fruit tea. No, I don't want this one because I remember getting one of these. I don't like peach at all. I'll tell you the story about peach. Was the weigh-in yesterday, Opetaya's opponent did not look confident. What I was asking in Squeno any good. He's been fighting dudes with more or less than wins, and now up against the killer in Opetaia seems like a waste of time. It's just a keep busy fight, honestly. It's not a fight where you think that, it's not a fight where it's a do or die fight. 8 wins, losses, no draws. Peaches and cream, baby. Nah, man, the first time I got drunk was peach Cisco. You guys remember Cisco? Cisco was it was kind of like, you guys ever heard of Four Loko? It's like Four Loko, but in the early 90s. They called it liquid cocaine. I was 14 years old. And my older brother gave me some of this stuff. And it was peach. I don't like peach anyway. I'm not an artificial flavor dude, more of a natural person anyway. Maybe if it was strawberry, I don't know. Maybe I would feel the same way about strawberry because I drank like maybe 2 of them, maybe. And things started shifting and I got drunk. Dude, you must be well tired. Morning, Kurt. Who got knocked out? Warren. Kakaya Warren. Yeah, he got caught, bro. He just, it is what it is.
Money, the magic man, the mystic man perhaps as well. So let's talk about what the future means then. Here's your platform right now. Tell us about what you want to do, where you want to go, and you want to continue to make a name for yourself. Well, here's the chance to tell everybody about where to go from here to get those straps. Straps. Road to TV, baby. That's what's my plans. All right, Mick Francis will bring you in on this, Mick.
You don't look tired. You look good. God bless you, Kurt. Appreciate you, man. I got some rest, man. Look, listen. Right after I uploaded that video on the Davis beatdown, you know what I mean? They beat up that kid. I went to sleep. I was watching, dude, on Hulu. I was watching like the Alien versus Predator. Well, no, the Predator's Prey or something like that is a animated show. Pretty tight, man. I just dozed off on it. Sean, a team. Hi, mate. How many fights until the main event? Thank you. I'm not sure. Because I know the card just started, so maybe 2 or 3. Let me check the card. Let me check how many people are on the card. Let's see. Mavana Sylvester. What's up, Kurt? South Africa in the building. Hope for Jai to get the win and move up to heavyweight someday. I mean, he will. I mean, it just depends on what he does now. All right, so we have, here's the full cards, peeps. Action is due to begin at 4:30 p.m. in Australian time. So we have McIntyre defeats Rakaya Warren, okay, TKO in 6. Now we have Danny Keating versus Blake Minto at welterweight. Then after that, we got Tyler Blizzard versus Rocky Ogden at featherweight. Then Connor Wallace versus Dillian Collin at light heavyweight. Okay, and then we have Jai Opetaia versus Claudio Squeno. So, yeah, we have 3 fights before that. Unfortunately, our other heavyweight, Ozzy Hooney, lost today, possibly fighting Opetaia later this year. Maybe. The time of the big heavyweights is passing. Fury, Joshua, Wilder. Now it's time's coming. The middle-sized guys. This gives a chance to the cruisers and the heavyweights. No, I don't think it does at all. I mean, because the same type of mindset was, hey, yeah, we need smaller guys to compete with smaller cruiserweights. That doesn't make sense, because if that was the case, that meant that Alexander Usyk shouldn't be where he's at, because everybody that he fought was big. Think about it. Danny Dubois was big. AJ was big. Tyson Fury's big. You know what I mean? Those guys were big guys. So Jai's fighting hasn't happened yet. No. Rebecca, it has not. It has not started yet. Yeah, I know, bro. I know people were watching that in Australia like, dude, come on. You almost got it. You're whooping Wardley then. Bow! I know that's heartbreaking, man. I felt bad for Hooney, too. So, yeah, we have 3 fights before the main event. Blake Minto versus Keating, Ogden versus Blizzard, and Collin versus Wallace. And then Claudio is taking on Jai Opetaia. Mr. All In, salute Kurt. Any ghost walking around outside? I don't think so. Probably not right now. You know, they're probably asleep. Look at Showbiz.
What's going on, brother? Good to see you, man.
Good.
Listen, bro, it's hard to see you. You're shining. There's a story behind all of that.
Yeah.
And that's what I want to get to. A lot of people, they act like they know you, but they don't know you.
Yeah.
I want to know where you're from. You're from Brooklyn, Puerto Rican heritage. Tell me your story, brother.
I'm from Brooklyn. I was born in Brooklyn. I say I'm big New York because, when my dad went away he went away to prison. We bounced around a lot with my mom and, my sisters and stuff. I was in the Bronx. I was in a shelter home in Hunts Point in the Bronx. Then we went and they moved us to Webster Projects, you know what I'm saying? And then before that, I was living in Douglas Projects and 103rd in Columbus, you know what I'm saying? So I was up there for a long time. My mom's side of the family lived in those projects for over 50 years. And then we wanted to move into Lower East Side, so I'm like, you get what I'm saying? That's why I say I'm big, because it's I moved around a lot and stuff, so just, from my upbringing, you know what I'm saying? And then my dad going away from prison and I have my father and my mom working 2 jobs. And I see my mom every day because she was just working, working every day, trying to pay the bills, pay the rent. It was on, welfare, food stamps and stuff. So, yeah, it's like what you said is a lot,
That's what I'm saying. Because listen, when I made any type of money, I immediately went out and I got that Corvette that my dad couldn't get.
Yeah.
He passed away before he was able to get that Corvette. So I got it. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah,
so when
sure.
I see that, it's kind of like,
It's not what people think. It's not just being flashy.
Yeah.
There's pain there, and there's just stuff to be proud of. I'm not going to ask you, but I want to ask you. A lot of money?
A lot of money.
Yeah.
Okay. A little backstory behind Edgar Berlanga. You know, I didn't know his dad went to prison and learned a lot about, little about him, you know, but a lot of that is a way of looking at certain things and what people wear, you know. You know, it is the go-to thing to do. If you're not used to nothing, you want to immediately get what you didn't have, which makes sense, you know. Sean Atling, what do you think? What do Americans think of Zoo? Thurman possibly coming to August or Australia again soon. He was a character. I feel you're talking about Tim Zoo. Tim Zoo, I feel bad for Tim Zoo. I really do. I feel bad for Tim Zoo based on the fact that if you guys know what happened in the fight with him and Fondora, it was a foul, a blatant foul. It wasn't a clash of heads. It came from an elbow. And it came from the elbow of Fondora. And before that, Tim Zoo was on his way to knocking out Fondora. Let's just be real. Tim Zoo was catching Fondora with shots that Mendoza, okay, a guy before that, the first guy, knocked him out like that. He knocked him spark out, knocked this boy out. And, it was a matter of time. Before that fight, what was his name? I think he fought Lada before. But I can't remember his name. Another super welterweight that he dropped Fondora. And I knew watching that, I'm like, okay, there's a matter of time he's going to get put on the seat of his ass. It happened. Mendoza did it. Brian Mendoza. Okay. And since Brian Mendoza did it, I was looking at Tim Zoo like, yeah, Tim Zoo got this. Tim Zoo got this. So it gets filed. And my thing is, he wasn't even supposed to fault Fondora. He's supposed to fault, was it Charlo, I believe? Buzz Light beer. Hey, Kurt, name 3 Aussies or Kiwis you enjoy watching fight. Like right now or back in the day? Because, we had the Cambosas versus Teo fight was a treat. It was an humbling treat. And then we just seen the dirt. You see the dirty part of people when they don't get their way. Costa Zoo, he came in like the GOAT. He's like the GOAT. Costa's like one of the GOATs because he was one of the guys that came there and did what he needed to do. Of course, Joseph Parker. Love Joseph Parker. Jaya Pataya, Joseph Parker. Now really Justice Hooney. So those are the active ones right now. But if we're talking about honorary or fighters that used to fight, we're talking about Costa Zoo. We're talking about I like Jeff Horn. Jeff Horn was a big dude. I mean, I just think Jeff, of course, a lot of these guys, only reached a certain level. That's crazy. Terramana is a beast by himself. Thurman, but he got injured. Yeah, it was Thurman, right? It was Thurman. So he's supposed to fault him, and it was crazy. And the crazy thing was, the crazy thing about that was, it's like Keith always gets injured. If you notice that Keith's one janky injuring, whatever, who's your strength and conditioning coach? You guys need to take it easy on Keith Thurman because Keith Thurman is always getting hurt. It's always getting hurt. Jeff Horn was literally a school teacher in Queensland. Yeah, he was a school teacher. Costa was a Russian, but he grew up in Australia, though. So I'm thinking that he would be an Aussie, no? Yeah, I heard the story of Costa Tszyu. And actually, Costa Tszyu's mom was Korean. Kurt, do you think the commission will penalize the Davis brothers for their behavior in the locker room? I mean, they should. And I think they should gather the info. I think they should gather the footage and see where they are, you know? So it is what it is. But no, back to Tim Tszyu, man. Tim Tszyu, I felt bad for Tim because he fought then Fondora. Short notice, you know, another catastrophe, another thing that can go wrong. No, it was Chinese. Revelation TV, salute. Good morning to you. Hatton versus Costa Tszyu was a great fight. Yeah, it was a pretty good fight. But, you know, that's Hatton. Hatton was that up-and-coming new blood, that guy that took Britain by storm, that guy that you could rally behind. He was that guy before. He was after Prince Asim Ahmed, but before Amir Khan. You see what I mean? And he was doing his thing, you know, until he messed around and found out, you know. Look, it's the thing. You ran into America, you got knocked out by Floyd, and and then of course you dealt with the Filipino sensation Manny Pacquiao. So it is what it is, but no shame, because those are the guys that make you who you are. You know, you're nothing without your opponents. Remember that. A lot of times people want to be so far up here and then all the fighters are down here. It doesn't work that way. You're able to beat those fighters, and because of those fighters, your name is being made. Your name is being mentioned. Your name is being praised because of the fighters that you fought. That's how it works. You're no good without the fighters that you fought. Kurt, after today's Fabio Wardley's fight, do you see being successful against the Lime of Parker, Triple D, Caballo, Mike Hunter, and Moses Atoma? Bavana Sylvester, I think it makes it interesting. We've seen definitely beatable characteristics in that. I think that if anything, Fabio Wardley, he's a player in the game. You know, he showed his limitations, you know, but, you know, it is what it is. It is what it is. So let's keep it where it's at. Costa Tszyu, Zab, Judah, epic fight. That was a good fight. Oh, yeah, I remember that. I remember that fight really, really well. And the crazy thing was and that just shows you why you should keep your mouth shut. See, Zab Judah was so sure that he was going to beat. I mean, he was he was so sure that he was going to beat Costa Tszyu to the point he started saying stuff like, oh, I ain't giving him no opportunity. When I take his belt, that's it. I'm going to take his belt. It's going to be mine. And that's it. That's all. You know, Costa Tszyu knocked him out round 2. He tried to get up too fast, and his legs weren't under him. So that's how it was. Oh, yeah, man. You can see drinks and all types of stuff. That's set up kind of like Stage Works in Shreveport, to be fair. Okay, Blake Minto. Yeah, there we go. That's why he didn't give Zab a rematch. Yeah, that's why. Because I remember after that. Do you remember? You said, you're not giving me a rematch? I'm not giving you one. Remember? Yeah. I remember that, man. I remember that whole thing, bro. I can't remember how old I was. It depends on when it happened. I think it was like 96, 97, maybe. Was it? I mean, it was a while. Zab Judah versus Costa Tszyu. 2001. So, yeah. Jermell got that Canelo money, and we haven't seen him in the ring since. I mean, that's how it goes. You know, those guys get paid, and they're like, hey, you know, look at Andy Ruiz. Andy Ruiz got that AJ fight in 19. This dude has fought 3 times. 3 times since then. Crazy. He fought Chris Arreola, he fought Luis Ortiz, and he fought Jarrell Miller. And it took him in 3 fights. It took his ass 6 years to do that. That's a long time. It took you 6 years to have 3 fights. Shit, I was 21. CJ, I was 21 too. Yeah, I was 21 years old too, bro. It just shows you. It just shows you. Good morning, sir. Counterpunch Boxing News Day. Counterpunch Boxing News Night. Respect to you, man. Anis Amara in the building. Counterpunch to you. Got old Danny Boy in the ring. He's ready. He's ready to do his thing. You know? So. Yeah, I know it's rare. You see, like, dude, I just seen him last night, and I woke up this morning. He's he's in this thing still. Yeah, man. 2001, I was a freshman in high school. That's all right. 2001, you were a freshman in high school. That means you're in your 40s, or damn near there. Because I graduated in 1998 from high school. You know, and then later in, I started college. So from 98 to 2000, I was in college. It's crazy though, man. It's like with age, age is a weird thing. Blake Minto, he's 16-6, people. He's taking on Danny Boy. Approaching my 40s. I'll be turning 39 in August. Man, I remember in 39, I was like, this was in 2019. So 2019 was like I look at the years versus what I've done like in films. So at 39, I was in like an HBO show, a few HBO shows. Was a reoccurring in an HBO show called The Outsider. So I did The Outsider. I did Black and Blue in 2019. Queen Sugar. Very busy year though. What else in 19? Ricky Hutton devastating Costa Zoo. Yeah. What city are you in? ATX, baby. Central Texas. Look at that. Look at that height difference. That's funny. Yeah, Keating, he's like, Keating's just picking him apart where he's at, you know, and he's just like, you know, he's just, you know, bouncing and spiraling that, you know. Yeah, but 19 was a cool. It was a cool year though. I dug it, you know. Oh, good jab, right hand combination by Keating. But it's, you know, I'm looking at how Keating is fighting Minto, right? And you see, he's the taller fighter. But if you notice, he's jabbing. And, even when Minto comes in, he's keeping him back with his jab. There's no need. Well, there's a clinch. Texas had just about as many capital cities in it as Australia anyway, back to the boxing. Yeah, basically. Is Texas about the size of Australia? Or is Australia bigger than Texas? I mean, Texas is huge, bro. It's a big-ass state. Mama Lou, counterpunch to you. Samuel Gent, respect, man. It's 11 a.m. Sunday morning. Here in the UJ. I think you meant the UK, yeah. Much love. Counterpunch to you. Babsy, 627 in the building. Counterpunch to you. I wasn't happy yesterday with that count. I think he would have gotten up. I mean, he was up. That was the whole point. He was up. They just waved it off. But I have to keep in mind, listen, I don't mean to disrespect anybody, right? But I've seen a pattern with UK refs. A lot of them, they're soft. You know what I mean? This is a brutal sport. This isn't tennis. They're treating boxing like fucking tennis. If you got a guy that gets up and he's taking punches, you have to be able to discern. And I know it's up to the discrepancy of the ref, but it seems like, those guys were able to carry on. That's what they signed up for. You know what I mean? You want to see someone getting hit. You want to see someone getting hurt. You want to see someone getting rocked. But just because you're hurt or you're rocked is not a grounds to stop a whole fight. I'm just being real with you. It's not like, here's the thing. Sometimes I know you have to stop people from, you have to save people from themselves. That's certain situations. But not in these situations where these guys, 1, 2, oh, he's hurt, and 1, 2, 3, oh, you know what I mean? Unanswered punches is a red flag. It is a red flag, But UK refs are doing quick stoppages because of Eubank versus Watson. Listen, I understand that, but at the same time, how many times are you going to live in the past? You know what I mean? Like that, because like Hooney, I wanted to see what Hooney can do. You know what I mean? And it was like, okay, he went down one time. Was Hooney taking a beating? Now, that was a poor case because in that point, yes, Fabio landed that shot. But was that grounds to stop the whole fight when the guy beat the count? That's what I don't get. Like, if he beat the count, then you have to give him the benefit of the doubt to see where he's at. Now, if he's on shaky legs, no, stop it. That's understandable. But if you don't even check and you just wave the fight off, either you're a lazy ref, a compromised ref, right? Or a soft ref. None of them are good. Fighter safety is always number one. However, I'm from the UK and I agree with a lot of our refs stops the fights early, but rather stop it early than someone suffering brain damage. Well, yeah, I get that. I understand the safety of the fighters, and I'm not trying to be tactless or, unsympathetic. I'm not, but I see, like you said, Dark Side of the Moon. A lot of those refs over there, that's bloody too much, and it's crazy. It's like you have to discern, and when I'm sitting here talking and I'm looking at Minto is putting in some work, bro. He's fighting Keating, bro. He's getting him. He's working that body, because Keaton is, for whatever reason, letting him come in. He's not pulling a Kelvin Davis. He is bloody, though. He is have blood on the brow, the left brow. So that right hand is found home. Ooh, another right hand from Keating. No good left hook from Minto. Minto, look, yeah, let him go. Let him go. Hooney lost but earned a lot of respect last night. Unfortunately, his curse is his chin, but he is one of the best, most talented heavyweights of the next generation. He needs to focus a bit more on his defense. Yeah. I just hope he doesn't become shell shocked. Oh, wait a minute. Something's happening in the ring. Minto wants to fight. Dude, the bell ring, they squared up. Minto squared up with Keating. Like, what's up? Well, you want to go? I don't care about this bell. I don't care about none of that. Quit holding me. Squilla 50, Eubank Jr. would have suffered the same fate as Senior if his dad didn't intervene and told Junior to attack the body and force the ref to stop the fight. Yeah, I know you're talking about that Nick Blackwell fight, right? Yeah, Nick Blackwell. Well, here's the thing. That ain't Chris's fault, but we wouldn't have knew it wasn't Chris's fault. Everybody would have blamed Chris Eubank Jr., and they still did. They still blamed him like it's his fault that Nick Blackwell has a softer skeleton frame, exoskeleton. You know what I mean? Like, you know, his structure is not meant for a boxer. It's not. You know, it's not. I'm sorry, it's not. I mean, because the next fight, he ended up in the same position. He can't fight no more. It's over. You know, not everyone's built the same. Not everyone's built to be a boxer. Not everyone's built to take punches. You know what I mean? It's not meant that way. That's why you have certain fighters that have CTE really bad. On top of, you have certain fighters like Roberto Duran, Mike Tyson, George Foreman, Lennox Lewis. You have guys, Vladimir Klitschko, guys that have retired and they don't have any of the effects, and they've been in 80 fights, 50, 60 plus fights, and they don't have the issues that certain fighters have. That's due to the fact that certain fighters were not built the same. People are not built the same. Julio Cesar Chavez has no issues. And he was in 100 fights. You know, if that was the case, they should have effing called a TKO Usyk versus Fury. He got robbed. That too, another ref taking a long count, a few more punches would have ended Fury for sure. Yeah, I mean, that we all know that. I mean, yeah. Lennox Lewis's hands were like sledgehammers. Yeah. Minto reminds me of Nick Ball in a way, the way he fights. He fights for everything. He's not as active. Ooh, good right hand from Keating. Totally agree. Not everyone is built to handle those type of lunches from people. Yeah. The 80s had some heavy hitters in the middleweight division. Eubank Sr., Ben, McClellan, Jackson. Yeah, had some killers, bro. James Toney. James Toney was hell on wheels in those times. I think he was a little younger than those guys, though, just a bit. Excuse the F-bomb. I shut the comment door too fast without reading. Sorry. No, you're good. You good? Hey, it is what it is. Oh, there. See, that's the same type of punch or cut, rather, that Abdullah Mason's opponent had. Tony winner points, but lost of the counter punch. Boom. Oh, good right hand from Keaton. Yeah, see, this is what's happening. That's what you call frustration. Yeah, they're doing too much, bro. That's a lot of energy to be, They just kind of, they met head to head after the bell rang. It's crazy.
And following a breakout performance against St. Edwards last November, McIntyre prepares to.
So, has there ever been a crowd for hardest hitter of all time? A crown? No. You know, just reputation and stories from fighters that have been hit by guys like Shavers and, you know, Hagler and, you know, guys like that. You guys heard the Roberto Duran story where Duran knocked out a horse? I thought Fabio's defense was horrible. Probably I better get a new trainer. I'm sorry. Yeah, but, you know, those things happen. Kurt. Adonis Stevenson Prime versus Artur Beterbiev. Artur Beterbiev. Adonis could punch. You could probably hurt Artur, but the constant pressure from Artur would be different because I know how Adonis normally fights. Adonis Stevenson fights and he needs distance and he doesn't like pressure. And if you do give him pressure, you got a lot of Keaton's really taking it to him. Yeah, Keaton's putting some good punches together, man. He was just left, right, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 5, 6, 2, 3. Bro, yeah, he's turning them now. And see what happened. This is the problem. This is the problem. The problem is Minto is too short to get inside. So what happens normally, if you got a guy, especially like Keaton, he's able to move and box. See, he's not a Kelvin Davis. He's actually trying to fight. The only problem is Minto comes in. He may grab, get close. He may grab. And because he wants, with his free hand, to get a shot off. What about a prime SOG versus Bivol? I don't know. I mean, Bivol is, I don't think people, I think Bivol would be, like, Bivol could fight anybody. This is a dirty fight, by the way. It's only the 4th round. Oh, good right hand from Mentos. Mentos, he doesn't like, see, Mentos is getting wrapped up by Keaton. Artur Prime, Magic Man, Prime version. I'll check out Julian Jackson. Yeah, dude. The last name Davis is the dark cloud of boxing at the moment. Absolutely. Yeah, they gotta have some kind of apology, or if it's anything else that happened other than what allegedly happened, they have to let it be known. They have to because what it looks like with them now, they look like a bunch of brothers that are bullies. That if they don't get their way, they're gonna act out of sorts. They're gonna become all unglued and start doing, crazy stuff. So, yeah. So we got Minto versus Keating. Oh, good right hand for Keating. Oh, another right hand for Keating. And he's just picking him off. And then what he's doing, he's targeting that eyelid. He's caught him with 2 solid punches, and they were around the guard. Okay, I think Keaton should just let go. Let him go. Like, let him go. Because, see, that's what happens, though. I mean, he's not doing it a lot because he's actually winning the fight. But Minto wants to be close enough to punch because he's got comfortable. But at the same time, if he stays where he's at, he's going to get picked apart. Bivol versus Andre Ward. Very interesting fight. Yeah. Because I think Ward's bigger. You got to keep in mind, Ward ain't a Canelo. So when you think of someone like Ward, you're thinking of someone the same size as Bivol, the same height as Bivol, that likes to fight on the inside. So Bivol wouldn't have what you thought he'd have against other fighters, because Ward is a guy that likes to work inside. Bivol is a guy that likes to put combinations together, but at certain distances, but he can fight going frontwards and backwards. So it won't be what you think. It will be a very good fight, but I see Andre Ward posing a threat and having a lot of success on the inside, just based on the way he fights. Andre Ward will fight Bivol in the pocket. Bivol will want to fight Andre Ward in a comfortable distance, but he won't get that distance. So it'll be a dog fight between Andre Ward. The Andre Ward fighting Bivol, there would be Andre on the inside trying to get in, uppercut, trying to look for openings, where Bivol will be bop, 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 trying to come in with combinations, but at the same time, he has to worry about getting countered as well. That would be a very good fight, bro. Andre Ward, prime versus Bivol, now prime, that would be a good fight. No, he wouldn't fight Beterbiev in the pocket, but Beterbiev would be a guy that would probably hurt Andre, because Andre I don't think he can handle that type of pressure. See, the thing about Kovalev wasn't a guy that fought on the inside. He was a guy that likes to take it to you from the outside and come in or come out. Okay, he had pretty good combinations. He was a straight moving forward puncher. Jaya Pataya, people, has just reached the arena. So shout out to Jaya Pataya in the building, coming in with the camouflage, like he's ready to hunt, like he's ready to kill something. He's ready. He's steady. They're getting everybody out. Jaya Pataya, that's what it's about. Bars. Ward, low blower, Kovalev. What's up? Just saw you. We're live. Absolutely, Jay. It's here. We're here. Counterpunch to you. Uppercut. Nut. Uppercut. Nut. Ward was good for headbutts and hitting below the belt. Ward fought. Ward was a fighter, man. What's up from Byron Bay, Australia? Nolan Reisenberg in the building. Counterpunch to you. This is Aussie Nation, isn't it? I thought Kovalev won the first fight against Ward. I did too. Because what stuck out in the first fight, it was a pretty even fight. Kovalev the first part, Ward the second part. Okay. The second half, Ward. The first half, Kovalev. But what was the significance? The knockdown. That was the knockdown. That was the differentiating factor. Ward did what he had to do to win. Yep, a fighter. Yeah, Ward's a fighter, though. You've seen Ward fought for everything that he had. That's what you got to respect about Ward. And then he did the unthinkable, fighting Kovalev before. And you understand, this Kovalev, that was an undefeated Kovalev. That wasn't the Kovalev that probably later became a drunk and start essaying people. No, that was a different Kovalev. The one that fought Canelo Alvarez was totally different than the one that fought Andre Ward. Okay, let's just keep it a buck. Kovalev did win the first fight, then Ward beat Kovalev's balls up. Yeah, you hold your hands out like, hey, I'm not holding. Yeah, that's funny. Now that ref could make it easier for Minto to stop the pressure Keaton from not holding as much. See, when you stop that taller fighter from just grabbing on the inside, you're making him fight on the inside. That's what I like to see. Like, look, stop all that. Now he has to box and move, which he has the ability to do. A lot of times these fighters get lazy or they get fatigued. Therefore, they start holding. They start holding because they want to rest. How do you stop a guy from hitting you? You wrap his ass up. That's how you do it. I think Galata is the godfather of low blows. I think you're right, Squilla 50. The godfather of low blows is Andrew Galata. I mean, he targeted the ball sack. He targeted the nuts. He wants to destroy whole families and villages of possible new offspring by hitting you right in the Johnson, root and stem. It made him no matter. He's going to hit you at all those places. Ward fought, then retired early. Was crazy. Yeah. Yeah, Ward, he did, he did fight too. He retired too early. He should have came and stayed for that bag. He should have kept that bag. I don't know. I guess he's doing all right now. He's doing fine and all that, but, but here's the thing. What if Andre Ward would have stayed fighting? Eventually somebody would have beat him. That's pretty much, the standard, and then I think if he was going to go to heavyweight, he should have went to heavyweight. Kurt, your counterpunching on Davis Brothers jumping, my fellow Philly guy, was on point. Well, I mean, they were wrong for doing that, and I've never seen something that unprofessional that just shows tactless, bro. It's just tacky. Unprofessional. I don't think Ward was mentally prepared for a loss. I don't know. Good thing he never lost, did he? Co-feature starring now on ESPN Plus. Good right uppercut. Thinking about David and Goliath, you're looking at like a shorter guy, and see Keaton, he's just able to just, put punches together, and then if he's able to just hold at will, he has no issue with this fight at all. Grab him, lean on him. That's it. Wait for the ref. Tyson nobly returned Holyfield's ear. Now, after last night, I asked myself, who's the biggest embarrassment, Keyshawn or Teeth Davis? Yeah, all these behind the head shots. That ref sucks. Because if he didn't see those blatant rabbit punches from both fighters, something's wrong with him. He shouldn't be in there. Those are the type of punches that harm you more than anything else. That's why they're called rabbit punches. That's why they are illegal. You got to keep that in mind, Oh, good right hand. Oh, another good right hand. Put them together. Come on. There you go. Good right hand. There you go. Come on. Come on. Evander, here's your ear. I'm sorry. I bit it off years ago. You was just headbutting me, and I got frustrated. So, I had to do what I needed to do. I'm sorry. Well, that's all right, Tyson. Because my mama said that anytime you need to make amends with somebody, there's nothing wrong with you saying you sorry. That kind of sounds like Shannon Sharp, honestly. G Wall 77, top of the morning, counterpunch to you. Kurt, did you see the Wardley Hooney fight? Absolutely, Nolan. I did. I was live for it. I was live for that fight. Very good fight. You seen Jay Prince say he's gonna manage Edwin De Los Santos? No, I didn't, but I can believe that. If Tank Davis bit Holyfield's ear, he would have took a piece of his skull too. Oh yeah, Teeth Davis. Now I know what you mean, Teeth Davis. I'm like, who the hell is Teeth Davis? Oh yeah. Nah, there's no reason to jump anybody though, man. Lennox Lewis versus Mike Tyson, best of the best press conference of all time. Yeah, that's some crazy stuff. Crazy stuff, Alex. And Tyson bit a chunk out of Lennox Lewis's leg, by the way. He bit Lennox Lewis. And Lennox Lewis had to have a technique shot. Eddie can't catch a break. Nah, he can't. And I know Eddie was like, yeah! As soon as Fabio hit him, he was like, oh. Oh, man. Tyson made money off of Holyfield's cannabis edible ears. And he still is, because I don't think they went anywhere. I think, Mac, I'm hysterical here with that one. Claudius talked about Tyson biting him. Yeah. Eddie Hearn's going to kill himself. No, he ain't. I mean, he would be stupid if he did. He just won't, he just doesn't have the best fighters. All the best fighters are belonging to Queensberry. Queensberry is still doing it. Danny Dubois versus AJ. Danny Dubois versus Philip Hergovic. Nick Ball over Raymond Ford. A lot. He got beat in every way. Zhang versus Wilder. I mean, yeah, he's getting beat. Now, Wardley versus Hooney. He's getting beat up. He is getting beat up. Kurt, that fight was rigged last night. Which one? Which fight? They're all rigged to a certain degree. Yeah, they made money. Holyfield don't even smoke weed, but he's gonna make money off those edibles. So you chew them, Tyson? Yeah, you chew them and you get high. As David Brent said, if Eddie fell into a bath full of tits, he would come up sucking his thumb. Crazy. That referee was a Queensberry ref. Absolutely, he was. I mean, they knew what they were doing. Oh, now that's shitty. Now that would be no reason for you to hold someone like this and then uppercut them. That is holding and hitting. That ref, like a lot of those refs like that come locally, and they may have to hire referees locally, just maybe for the venue, but it's still not cool. Chad Sutton, no, he's not. Caballo Light put on a really good performance yesterday. How were they to remove cameras away when Hooney got knocked down? Moses versus Caballo. Epic fight. Well, those fights are going to eventually have to happen. You know, that's what I say. They're going to eventually have to happen. So. Oh, good body shot from Keaton. Oh, good right hand upstairs from Keaton. You know, it's just crazy, though. This is like one of those just durable fights. Yo, Ladeco Perez, counterpunch. What's up, brother? Much respect. Ladeco in the building. If Wardley struggled against Caballo light, then he better stay miles away from the real Caballo. Yeah, I mean, but fights like that, Moses 65, White 35. Could you have a bit of big money? Could you have a bit big money on any fight? Just curious here. No. Because I would have threw up last night if I'd have put some money on Hooney to beat him. Because, I mean, the odds were in favor of Hooney. And then Hooney was doing such a good job. Then, boom! Yeah, that would make me sick to my stomach. I fear for DW's life if they put Moses in there with him. No, I mean, if he gets knocked out, he gets knocked out. You know, understand something. It's the end of an age. And you see how things are getting kind of weird. You know, you've seen how if you're noticing, the older the fighters are, the less they're fighting. If you notice that. AJ ain't fought this year. Wilder's fighting again since his knockout loss, you know. So that's his one time to fight this year. Depends on what happens. They're trying to rebuild him. What else? Andy Ruiz, we haven't seen him fight, you know, since his, you know, hand broke or whatever. We haven't seen him fight. Jarrell Miller got injured. So, you know, you're seeing a lot of these guys get injured. And they're not really, you know. Boxing is a sport that we love, that we hate so much. Come on, somebody. Come on. Caballo would make Wardley shit out his liver. Yeah, I mean, it's a fight that I want to see. And you guys, I just dropped the video. You know, I probably should have waited to after the live stream, but I had to drop it. But understand.
Egg, grocery, and gas prices are going up. Getting an exam and X-ray at the dentist?
So, no, I think that in any case, people, Caballo versus Wardley, you know, if that's what he wants to do, and I might as well cover it right now, the video, you know, Ben Davison is saying like, hey, yeah, we want Caballo, we want Parker next. I'm like, wonderful. If you want those guys next, we get to see further how far down the rabbit hole the lack of defense goes, because it won't take long for any of those guys, Parker or Caballo. I mean, if he's smart, he would probably want to fight Parker. Fighting Caballo is not the right thing to do. I would love it for it to happen, and you got to take your hat off to Fabio Wardley. But understand, look, understand, Fabio Wardley's still undefeated. He got saved by the right hand yesterday, and you know he wants to improve himself. He still wants a big fight. Jarrell Miller was a big fight, not Justice Hooney. Justice Hooney was the replacement for Jarrell Miller. Understand that. So if that's the case, we need to see what Fabio Wardley is still made out of. We have to see what he's made out of. And I'll be glad when this fight's over because it's like little man versus tall guy and all that. But anyway, Fabio Wardley, he still wants that big fight. He still believes that he can get the right fight for him. Caballero and Joseph Parker is the right way because Fabio is more marketable than the guys that are calling out Joseph Parker and Bakali and Caballero, and that's Lawrence Akali. Lawrence Akali is calling out these guys. He's the only guy that we heard call him out. So now we have two. Now we have Lawrence Akali. Now we have Fabio Wardley. They're calling out these fighters that I can't say nobody seems to want to fight, but they are in position to be where they want to be. They're in position. They're high up there. You fight one of those guys and you beat one of those guys, you are right there where they were. If you can. So that's the question. Can Fabio Wardley beat these dudes? Caballero knows an ancient martial art of destroying the opponent's liver. Hair gate, counterpunch. It's definitely not Zoo versus Fondora. No. Akali needs a good matchup to see where he's at. Well, I think this is what could happen. How about we get Fabio Wardley versus Lawrence Akali and make those guys fight? How about that? Because that makes more sense. Okay, you're calling out Caballero and Parker. You're calling out Caballero and Bakali. Okay, wonderful. You guys fight each other. Let's see what you guys can do. Let's see how you guys interact with each other. You know what I mean? Because they have both that cannon fire, and they're not really equipped to do anything else. Lawrence Akali is more experienced, but, it is what it is. But Fabio Wardley, I think, that's a winnable fight for him. And I think whoever wins that fight, then they can ascend on to fight those guys if those guys are still waiting around for a particular fight. And what's crazy, though, none of these guys have looked up and mentioned Michael Hunter. So, has Jaya Pataya had his fight yet? No, he hasn't. There's no hope for Wardley, especially if he makes me believe that Greasy Hog Miller can beat him. Greasy Hog Miller. Wow. Wardley, not Wilder. It's coming. How about Wardley versus Wilder? That's a fight that could happen. Wardley versus Wilder could happen. You know what I'm saying? Wardley versus Dave Allen. No, I think that fight is actually winnable for Fabio. I think Fabio could beat Dave Allen. Even though Dave Allen has been everywhere he's fought, sparred, he's got the experience, but I'm not sure. That's a good matchup. Wardley versus Wilder. Yeah, that would. Wardley versus Wilder, bro, would be a very good fight. The UK versus the USA. That fight should happen. Why not? Apologies, Kurt. Who's fighting? Hope all is well. Arizism in the building. Jaya Pataya's in the building. He is fighting Claudio Squeno. Okay. Hatman always laughs at his streams when someone gets KO'd. I don't know why. Because it's funny as hell. Wilder would probably win just based off Fabio's gas tank. Well, one thing about Fabio, though, he doesn't make you work. That's the thing about Fabio. He doesn't make you work. Now, if he hurts you, he's coming in for you. That's one thing about Fabio Wardley. If he feels he gets you hurt, he's coming in to finish it. So he has the killer instinct. Oh, yeah. But other than that, he doesn't make you work. And fighting someone like Wilder, if you let him just, set up shots, he's dangerous. Because he's going to set that shot up, line that shot up. And if he can catch you with that shot, good night. You know, but it's good to know that Wardley also has firepower as well. So when you start to get compared to Wilder's firepower, that's a good thing. I actually thought Wardley was going to put on a clinic. Dave Winner because drinking beer. Dave Winner because drinking beer. Okay. Skrilla 50. St. Don. Yes, Wardley fights are entertaining, but he can beat anyone that is a real contender. So. Hooney's Hooney was definitely hurting Wardley to the body. Yeah, that straight right to the body was giving Wardley the blues. He was giving him the blues. He was catching him to that body. Fop, fop, bow. And then it was stopping Wardley. And Wardley would lean against the ropes like, damn, that stung. Yeah, he was showing us what's going to come soon for Mr. Wardley if he doesn't correct a lot of things. And it just shows you, but it also reflects, though. It reflects the trainer. You can't look at someone like that got hit that many times, and you can't look at him and not reflect the trainer. I'm sorry. You can't do it. He reminds me of Joe Joyce using his chin for defense. Damn. Okay, there we go. I had to find this comment, but I'm glad I found it. Sayi Isaac Ayatan. Okay. He says, Kurt, I'm concerned with the punishment Wardley already takes. Let me counterpunch. Yeah, I mean, you look at the war that he was in. You look at the war he was in with Frazier Clark. That fight could have went either way. That's why it was a draw. Fabio showed that, hey, I have the equalizer. I got a right hand. I got power. And he made Frazier respect it, and he got to Frazier early. Because Frazier thought this was going to be another classic fight between do-or-die opponent. You know what I'm saying? He thought that was going to be the case, but it wasn't. Fabio jumped on him and shocked everybody. Does Wardley keep his hands down to invite his opponents to open counter opportunities? Yeah, I mean, they're really not even counter opportunities if you have your hands down. That's not a counter. That's an initial attack. So if you got your hands down, that's not a counter. It's just a pop, pop. That's initial account. That's initial attack. That's you're taking the initiative to throw punches. I think Miller is a cancer to the sport, similar to Adrian Broner. I mean, look, I don't think that about Miller, because if Miller was like Broner, that means Miller would never came back. Broner was in a position that he was in because of the people that he was around, and his talent got him certain places, but the charisma and the position with other people like Floyd and all those other guys that he was able to hang around got him in a totally different other place. Joshua's kind of the same, but has a good long guard. No, it depends on who trains Joshua. That's the whole point I was trying to get to you guys. Look at Joshua when Ben Davison trained him. The dude's hands were down. He punched from his waist. He didn't have defense. He thought the defense was offense. He thought that, hey, this is what I could do. This is how I can do it. No. He thought that, hey, listen to Ben. Oh, man, you're knocking people out with these right hands. And they seen the Ngannou fight. Understand, Ngannou was only in one fight professionally before he fought AJ, okay? Understand that. Versus Derek James. Derek James, when he fought Jermaine Franklin, that hand high guard was up. He was up. You know what I mean? And he had to work. And I don't think he liked the idea of having to defend himself and think like he needed to with someone like Derek James. Derek James was more of a complex fighter because he made you protect yourself and be responsibly offensively at the same damn time. I don't think AJ respected that. He needed to know the difference between the two. Whereas Ben Davison, he ain't worried about your defense. He's just wanting you to get your punches off to feed your ego. So AJ's ego was able to be fed fucking around with Ben Davison. Plus, you can go right up the street because he's in the same country. That was all about convenience and lack of learning and lack of working. That's what it was. That's exactly what it was. Triple D beat Usyk, new undisputed. Parker beat Triple D, new undisputed. Caballero beats Parker, new undisputed. Moses beats Caballero, new undisputed. More undisputed. Alex, I like it. If that happens, that would be something to look at. Okay, Usyk, the British janitor, isn't losing to Opetaia. Taylor Dubois. Opie Taylor Dubois. Old Triple. Beautiful fight on ESPN Plus. What's happened on ESPN Plus? I keep hearing this. Who's fighting on ESPN Plus? Ben has quite a few active fighters as well. Maybe he wasn't giving AJ the time he needed. Alexander Britton's Baines Usyk. Wow. I don't know, man. So go to bed. Usyk is Britain. Usyk is to Britain what Hannibal is to Rome. Damn, he coming there and whooping everybody in the UK. This dude has a leg sleeve. He has Mike Tyson on his bicep. He has Gennady Golovkin on his shoulder. That's dope. That's super dope. Look at that tattoo. That I don't know his name, but I'm going to find out. Yeah, he's inked up to like, dude, that's crazy. Usyk is beating Brits because only Brits have this many top contenders. Blizzard. Okay. So they're both Aussies. Ogden in versus Blizzard, 27-28. Okay. Is that dope or is that slightly Homo sapien? Guy, more undisputed. Pandora's box. No other country has enough top heavyweights good enough to challenge Usyk. Well, I mean, you don't have UK just took over. I mean, as far as the heavyweights go, you got a lot of them. But then most importantly, though, you have to keep in mind that the promoters are British. So if the promoters are British, they're promoting British fighters. So the opportunity for guys in the heavyweight division can go what it is. I don't want to say the other word. Okay. Are most people in agreement this fight will only go a few rounds? No disrespect to the opponent of Opetaia. I was at the weigh-in yesterday on the Gold Coast, and you can see the victor before the fight. Damn, Sean. Say it ain't so. Cool of 50. That's why I called him the British janitor, because he cleans up all the UK fighters. Why do you think Americans don't seem to perform the same at heavyweights no more? I mean, you don't have a lot of them. And then, the best one we have is Michael Hunter, and then he doesn't have promotion for shit because he has a fossil, a living legend, but still a fossil in the game. In retrospect, Don King promoting him, so it's like Don King. This isn't 25 years ago. Don King 25 years ago would have had Michael Hunter fighting for the undisputed heavyweight championship of the world. Now he's like 94 years of age. No, he doesn't have him doing much of anything. Hi, Kurt. Britain is the new mecca of boxing. Counterpunch. Del Osho. Well, hey, he's these guys are getting beat though. What American heavyweights does America have? You got Jarrell Miller, you got Michael Hunter, you have Jared Anderson. On the other side, though, you do have Frank Sanchez, which he's American now, but he's Cuban, really. So you have those four. Then you have guys like Andy Ruiz. Then you have Jermaine Franklin. Then you have Charles Martin. Who else? Sure, you have new blood. I forget his name, something Joshua. Forget. At least you have Crawford, though. Guy is doing his thing. Yeah, Crawford, though, he's fighting Canelo. Then you got Canelo. I mean, it's only Canelo. Counter has a swagger in his speech. Okay. Don, if you're not the real Saint Don. Brandonio TNL. Yeah. Huni versus Susu. Pokey next. Can you ove yourself, please? I don't know what ove. I don't know what the hell that is. As a country, can we see Jarrell Miller to connect to Canada in exchange for Buffalo Nickels? Nope. Now, actually, I think Jarrell Miller bought a flat in the UK, if I'm not mistaken. He's relocating to the UK. Oh, speaking about Michael Hunter, what's his problem? He don't want to fight anyone. I'm not understanding that. That's not the case. Nobody's wanting to fight him, Babsy 627. Because what's happening with him, he doesn't have, again, I just said it, he doesn't have the promotional backing, so he doesn't get those fights. See, Fabio wanting Caballero or Parker, without mentioning the purse bid that happened where Don King won. Don King is promoting Michael Hunter. Don King won the purse bid for $1.1 million. So that fight between him and Pulev was supposed to be for the WBA regular. Okay, so we'll see if that takes place. Okay, can we trade Miller to the UK for Derek Chisora? Maybe. AJ is finished. Just go model in Europe, back problems, elbow problems. I'm so over that guy, the big philosopher. All fights can be made. Mike Tyson, undisputed. Buster Douglas, undisputed. Vandy Holyfield, undisputed. Riddick Bowe, undisputed. Lennox Lewis, undisputed. Vitalik Klitschko rematch. Didn't happen. Lennox Lewis stopped that. He was like, nope. But what happened? The Klitschko's acquired the belts back after Lennox Lewis retired, and the rest is history. And they kept it for a very long time until Vitaly left the sport and became, a governor or something like that. He became into politics. When he became into politics, that's when Deontay Wilder started his reign. So it is what it is. What platform is this on? Ask Skip. It is on DAZN, people. It is on DAZN. So we have Blizzard versus Ogden. I'd take an old Chisora over this shitbag Miller. I mean, Miller fighting Andy Ruiz wasn't a bad fight. And remember, Miller was supposed to fight Derek Chisora. There's a lot of fights that just didn't happen. So this, if the fights happened the way we thought they were going to happen, we would have had some pretty decent damn fights. What time is it over there, Kurt? It's 6 a.m. over here. I've been on about 2 hours. Oh, good right hand for Blizzard. Man, you're talking about some inking fellows, bro. Both of these guys are inked to the T. This guy has the Gennady Golovkin on his shoulder. He has on his right bicep, he has Mike Tyson. Imagine that hype behind Miller versus Joyce. It would be one-way traffic and trash talking, and nobody would want to watch that. No, I wouldn't want to watch it. I mean, because Joe Joyce is going to come to fight. Jarrell Miller's going to come to fight. And I think hell yeah, I would like to see Joe Joyce take on Jarrell Miller. Jarrell Miller's just he's going to whoop him in, yeah, I was an amateur boxer, bro. He's going to trash talk him because shit, Joe Joyce is going to, Joe Joyce might be talking and forget what he says. I was just thinking, Man, Joe Joyce went to talking to him. He was talking about something. He just forgot. I've done that before, but I have to be wasted or something because I did that, and I think about times like that because my memory is fairly good. But if I'm with someone because this is years ago, and I was talking about something and just lost train of thought. It's the funniest shit ever, man. Do you think Crawford is actually coming to win or just get? No, he's coming to win. Crawford ain't. You have to understand Crawford. You have to understand Crawford. Crawford is not coming to lose. Crawford has never lost. So if he's never lost, how would he be coming to lose? I come to this live chat code, and I'll be honest with you. This guy above that I'm going back and forth with, I think it's pulling up petty move. Come on. Don't mention the word Blizzard too loud. You'll get T.O. Sr., Angel Garcia, and John Fury appearing looking like the cocaine train. Yeah. What do you want, grams? Kilotons, millitons. What do you want? I've got it. Yeah, we got everything you want. We got everything, man. We got it all. We got everything to step on. We got everything to Polivian Blake, Flake. We got it all. We got it all. We got the Colombian law. We got the Tony Montana. What you want? Yeah, bro. We got it all, bro. We got it all. You want it is we got that snow, bro. That's what we got. It's called snow. Yeah. My day is the deadline. I don't know. I don't think that's John's thing. I think that's more of Tyson's thing. I have never heard of John getting whacked out on that stuff. Big Baby Miller. First voice sounded like Vince McMahon. Now that's Angel. You ever heard Angel? Angel sounds like that. Always licking his lips all the time. Crazy. Who's the best trash talking heavyweight division of all time? Muhammad Ali. And this is a 10-rounder. You're like, damn. Is there anyone at Cruiserweight you would pick over Jai? No. Not that I've seen. No. We would have had lunch. Would have had much better fights, baby. Biller drug testing shit makes money in Saudi Arabia. Go figure. Muhammad Ali didn't talk trash. He just predicted the future with swagger. Ooh. LL Cool J licked his lips. Yeah, but no, LL, I don't know. Did you watch the last Nyika fight? There's not to reason why. Yes, I did. Good fight. Very good fight. Ali was just good at talking shite. He didn't have to get personal like some of these guys today. Yeah, he did. He's ugly. He's a mummy. We got this. The first super chat of the day. Nelfimi Faduba. Counterpunch to you. Appreciate that love, brother. Appreciate that love. Triple D, the best trash talker. Yeah, it's my time now, and I'm ready to fight. The talking's over. The Uncle Tom stuff seemed pretty personal. Yeah, I mean, you can't say he didn't get personal. Yes, he did. He got under people's skin. He made Joe Frazier. That's what made Joe Frazier enraged enough to beat the shit out of him, and that's what he did. You know, the Louisville lip. You gotta say Louisville, right? Pies in NZ are like 18, mate. Damn. Tyson Fury versus Mike Tyson, trash talk. Who wins? I think Tyson Fury still would. Tyson Fury just a different type of cat, though. He did make Sonny Liston pull a fake gun on him. He shot that gun. Oh man, they went running though. That was fun. Bow! Bow! Yeah, man, he ain't that crazy. You know, recommended the documentary Facing Ali interviews, Foreman and Frazier, etc. They talk about how devastating his shit talk was at the time and how much they hated him. Yeah, back then. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, he got under people's skin. People just look at Ali for what, you know, because the last version of Ali we saw was an old man with these diamond-like eyes, because his eyes were, I don't know if he had a good left hook from Blizzard. Another good left hook from Old Ogden. And you've seen him. I mean, you've seen Ali, you know, lighting the candle at the Olympics, you know, to the point where you've seen him at the later stages of his life, and he was just this old cat with the slick comb over, with these diamond eyes, bro. And like everything that Ali did was pretty much legendary or pretty extraordinary. Muhammad Ali did things, man, like, I mean, he was just this jewel. Ali just was this jewel. I mean, even when he died, his heart didn't die for like 30 minutes. It's fucking crazy. It was surreal. Like his heart kept pumping for 30. Like, what kind of heart did this guy have? I mean, his human heart. It pumped for 30 minutes. And it's like, wow. You know what I mean? Wow. Danny Dubois is Sonny Liston. Danny Dubois is Sonny Liston. Nah. Maybe the way he fights, but personality, no. I pay to see Triple D read a Harry Potter book to get. You imagine 50 Cent? You imagine 50 Cent saying that? Hey, I got an offer for you, Daniel Dubois. If you can read 5 pages from the Harry Potter book, I'll donate $150,000 to you of your foundation of your choice. Man, it was crazy. I know you can't read that book. Dubois would probably decimate Sonny, as he isn't that tall. Well, Sonny Liston was big for the size, for the time. Sonny Liston could punch. So, you got to be careful about that, because you don't know what these fighters are made of versus what they are now. People think you get better as time continues. I don't know about that. I'm not convinced on that. Oh, we get better over time. I don't know about that. I'm not convinced on that either. That's just like saying Joe Louis would get mopped up by someone like Anthony Joshua. You don't know that. You know what I mean? That might be a death sentence. Joe Louis might decimate Joshua in a fight. You don't know that. Like, Jack Johnson. Jack Johnson might come and whoop everybody's ass in the 90s. You don't know that either. It was just he had so much restraint. Also, thoughts on Jai at heavyweight. Sometime down the round, he's only 6'2", but he's still young. Diamond 420. Hey, Counter, you think Sonny Bill Williams the best pound-for-pound fighter in history? I'm not sure. Anis Amara, they would call Liston small heavyweight today. It's all right. Kurt, I'm unable to gift you. Not sure why. I don't know. I have no idea, to be fair. Maybe try a super chat, or I don't know. I'm hearing problems like that. Yeah, maybe check the card or something like that. I don't know. I think you got to put in your card information. So when I send a super chat to someone, sometimes I have problems too. So I would just try it again. Sonny Goat. Triple D has the personality of a flat tire. This is a nice little banger, though. I mean, they're just going toe for toe. They're coming in with their guard up. They're not doing a lot of grabbing or shit like that. They're just putting combinations together. And they're right in front of each other. They'll turn and they'll circle. Then they'll turn and they'll circle there, and then they'll get their shots off, with their guard up. So they're punching either through the guard or around the guard. And you see, as of right now, this is round 4 of 10. So these guys are getting it in. Left hook lands for Ogden. Straight right lands for Blizzard. Right to the body blocked from Blizzard. Left hook to the body lands for Ogden. I don't even know what's happening with Andy Ruiz. He's gonna be broke soon. He's not doing enough, and that's last fight. Well, I think it is what it is. I think that that Andy needs to heal, but understand Andy Ruiz is a guy that I mean, look what he's done. Not much. Iron Sentinel is coming in with that love of that half a dub. I should be asleep as I got to work in 6 hours, but I appreciate the watch along. Iron Sentinel, I appreciate the love. You guys get like Iron Sentinel and start donating to appreciate the channel and the chat to help the channel grow the way it's supposed to go. Bars. Andy Ruiz is the definition of a one-hit wonder. Hergate, I mean, at this point, he hasn't done anything else. You beat an old Ortiz, which at that time, people knew Ortiz was done. You didn't fight Dillian White. You fought Chris Arreola. You got dropped because you lost too much weight trying to be someone that you ain't, which is sad, though, because, you know, Andy Ruiz, you know, he does. I think he wants to have a different body, you know. Is Fartin McCauley rematching a Jogba? Fartin McCauley. Fartin Martin. Yeah, man, I love to eat, man. Ruiz just doesn't train. I just don't think he wants it, no. I mean, here's the thing. He's back with Manny Robles. So Manny Robles, I'm seeing what Manny's schedule is. Maybe I can get an interview with him. I'm going to check with him next week. And especially the collab with G-Man Boxing. So we'll see what, you know, what we can do. Ortiz has been fighting for 1,000 years. Oh, good left hook to the body. And these guys are hookers, to be fair. You know, Kurt, why do you think it's a bad idea for Ruiz to lose weight? Well, for one, if Ruiz loses weight, how much weight is he going to lose? Anytime when you lose weight, it depends on how you lose weight. It's going to affect your body. It's going to affect levels, fluid levels in your body, you know, electrolytes, fat, muscle. It's going to affect a lot of factors. So if you're losing weight, let's say Andy is 270 and he wants to be 230. That's 40 pounds. Well, he can't be 230 and expect to fight like he's 270 because he snatched away a lot of nutrients. He snatched away a lot of muscle mass along with fat, you know, and he may have a problem because if you don't maintain that 230 in a healthy way, you're going to be weaker. You have to let your body acclimate at 230 for 230. So if he gets to 230 and he keeps dropping weight, his body will never acclimate because he's constantly dropping weight for whatever reason, however he's doing it. And if he's doing it in a way of, I had a friend of mine, won't say any names, but she was losing weight rapidly. And she was a fat girl. She was very pretty, green eyes, you know, very pretty, very fair. And then I saw her again. She looked good, but I knew how she was losing the weight. She was losing the weight by popping X-Lax and then, you know, causing herself to flush out whatever is in her system. And I was like, dude, that's not healthy at all. You know, that's cool to see collaborating with other boxing creators. Absolutely. Absolutely. Ali had great footwork. To be honest, he did a lot of shuffling. I think 6 foot work is better. It's not because I'm partial. Well, it's 5 of 10. Sorry for deleting. It's the voice clip, and I'm a little hungover again. Okay. Considering how inactive Andy is, he had plenty of time to lose some weight and go 240 or 250 and acclimate. I mean, he could have, but I think also it's something else with Andy too. I don't think it's just him trying to be better or a better boxer. No, I think him losing weight was a personal request, and I think him trying to lose that amount of weight, he's trying to look different. When you're a fat guy, you've been obese all of your life, and you're trying to get on a mission to look different, feel better, be healthier, eliminate the stigma of being obese. I think that was also an issue with Andy. I don't think it had anything to do with boxing. I think it had everything to do with, I'm tired of people looking at me as the fat dude, the snicker guy. I'm tired of this shit, and I want to lose weight, and I want to do this for me. And I think that was one of the issues that Andy Ruiz had. So that being said, that's what it is. Zara, Sonny, listen, I was a little with Sonny Liston, but I watched old fights. Don't even compare that, to be honest. Daniel was far from being Sonny Liston after those fights that I watched from years ago. I don't know how someone could even compare that voice of opinion. First Amendment right. Babs. Mama Lou, if Triple D was trying to pick you up, then someone else would speak on his behalf. Probably so. That makes sense. There's not to reason why. Appreciate the channel, Kurt. Appreciate you, brother. There's not to reason why. Appreciate that love. You guys got to get like these few, the proud, the Counterpunch Boxing News crowd that's showing the love and dropping donations here and there. I appreciate you guys. I really do. I give him a miss. I text my mate and get them to come and get me. I give him a miss. Why do you think Mexicans don't do as well as heavyweight other than weight class? Because they're smaller. They're just smaller people. You know what I mean? You're just smaller people. I mean, you've had Mexican heavyweights. Chris Arreola, he was heartbroken because he thought that he was actually going to be the first Mexican heavyweight. He was not. You know what I mean? You don't need a job anymore. Bradas just get paid of here. It used to be that way, but it's not that way now. It's not the way it used to be. You know, YouTube was very lucrative once upon a time, but it's not now. It's, the art algorithm and all that stuff has changed everything. Triple D giving you the creeps, Mama Lou. It's an abnormal with Ruiz because he is an anomaly. You can't really have him lose weight and maintain his punching power and resistance. Yeah. Because, I mean, that's just natural. That's him and his ability to be that fast and that fat. When you take away the fat, irony, you take away the gift. You take away the speed. You take away the power. You take away the durability. His resistance, his punch resistance turns into shite. We've seen that against Arreola. Arreola caught him. Bow! He was on a knee. That was the second time he ever went down, and the last, I might add. So. I don't know how to judge this fight. I mean, both of these guys having their moments, and they're both hookers. You see very little holding at all. I haven't seen any. Kurt, do you think Andy was cursed from birth to be fat? I think he was going to be a fat guy anyway. Look at his daddy. His daddy's a fat dude. You know what I'm saying? I mean, that's genetic. He ain't like his daddy ain't looking like he's not fat. His dad's fat too. They all like to eat. Dudes are some carne asada. Are you ready? Hey, Mija, get me some Skittles and a Snicker from the store, please. With a knee-high pop. Joshua Undisputed, who is Believe. Or who else believes? What chances would you give Benvidez against Artur Bivol? Here's the thing about Artur, though. Artur's old. you know. But I can tell you this. This is what I'll tell you about David. David was like, I think Artur would be harder because he punches a lot harder. See, Artur would hurt you. He would hurt David. And if David could probably do what Bivol could do, that's if he don't get knocked out. Because what happens is David ain't fought nobody like that. You have to understand, he ain't fought nobody with the punching power. He ain't fought nobody with that type of pressure. You know, he's not fought anyone that big. He was the bigger dude at 168. He was regarded as the weight bully, not the other way around. David Benvidez went to 175 and found out these guys are my size, if not bigger than me. And the punches that I'm delivering to the guys at 175 doesn't compare to the 168ers. The 168ers are guys that can't handle my power or my size, but they can at 175. So that's what he's dealing with at 175. So if you fuck around with the pinnacle of 175, no offense, you're going to find out. And this is what happens with him. If Bivol can take Beterbiev's shots, he can take David's shots. So yeah, that's going to be a fight. David fighting Artur would be an issue because Artur is going to hit him with shots that he's not accustomed to. We've seen him rocked against guys like Morel, right? Morel was able to rock David Benvidez. So what do you think that Artur Beterbiev is going to do? He's going to break you down, bust you up, and knock you out. That's what's going to happen. Metal Box J in the building. Counterpunch to you. I don't normally have to watch along with you at 12:26 UK time. Hey, man, it is crazy. You crack me up when you do the Andy Ruiz voice. Andy Ruiz is like, I've heard him enough now. Huey Fury will be undisputed one day. Okay. D Ben doesn't have the power at light heavyweight. Relies on pressure, but isn't really a pressure fighter. Doesn't really box. Well, he throws combinations, and he's kind of a throwback fighter. He reminds me a lot of a hyper bigger version of Oscar De La Hoya. Remember when Oscar used to, throw flurries? He used to throw flurries, and those flurries were very attractive, and they were exciting to see. But you don't see a lot of those guys no more. You see guys throwing ones and twos and maybe even threes. You have to say, please. Will not see Ortiz back, just my opinion. Triple D, not Ruiz. That look when you said Huey Fury will be undisputed one day. Yeah, that was funny. That was funny because yeah. Good afternoon from South Wales. DJ Anton once again in the building. Counterpunch to you, DJ. And this is round 8. Okay, we got 2 more rounds. Or was that? Yeah, this is the 8th round coming up. Yeah, Andy, man, he's just like, I'm just ready to fight. I want the trilogy with Anthony Joshua. Please give me the opportunity. Eddie, I've been inboxing you. Did you block me, you bitch? I think Eddie's blocked me. Why? We're 1-1. Let's settle the tie. I just want $5 million. Mama Lou, nope. If Ruiz spread Snickers nugget on a woman's lips, then he would get it right. Unfortunately, she might not live due to lack of air. Mm-hmm. In their prime, what do you think about Khan versus Spence? Oh, that's a good one though, because a lot of people think that Spence would run over Khan. Khan would give Errol problems. I'm still going with Spence though, because Spence is able to take shots. The only problem is the speed that Khan has. I think would give Errol problems. But eventually, what's going to happen. Errol Spence is going to rise to the occasion, just like he did with Kell Brook, and eventually put Khan's ass out. In their prime, what do you think about Khan versus Spence? Yeah, that's a good movie. Good movie. Good fight. Spence would steamroll Khan. He would for a while when he starts breaking them down. But Khan will start off fast and sharp and quick with combinations that are rapid laser fire. Yes. Whose footwork was better, Ali or Usyk's, in your opinion? Both very good. Very good. Same size, different patterns of footwork, though. But yeah, Andy, man, I'm not fighting Dillian White. Just did this yesterday. It just went right back to, I didn't understand that. Usyk is more aggressive than Ali, I think. Depends on what Ali we're talking about. The Ali that fought Sonny Liston whooped Sonny Liston's ass bad. And that was with pressure, with chopping shots from, with these crazy combinations, and he was circling and moving and boxing, circling and moving and boxing. So I know Usyk has a better jab than Ali. Usyk's jab forced brainless, muscle-bound Ox to quit. I don't know if that made him better. I mean, they fought different people too. You talking about the Ali jab? The Ali jab is different. That's bow, 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 and he's coming with speed. Usyk, yes, Usyk is much more aggressive. Depending on who's fighting Ali could fight on the front or back foot. Absolutely. January 17th in the building, people. Kurt, did Terramana Jr. fight already? Yeah, he knocked somebody out. He knocked out his latest opponent and then did, a ceremonial dance to show that he was about that life. Yeah, he already did. Usyk Ali Chess Masters. The Chess Masters. What time we thinking the Jaya Pataya fight will start? Well, let's see. Let's take a look here. Well, this is Blizzard versus Obden. Okay, then we have Connor Wallace versus Dillian Collins. So we still have one more. I say in another 40 minutes. Yeah. I mean, this fight's almost over. It's going to go, these are full-length fights. So, you're going to get what you're going to get. I'd say another 40 minutes. I'd say another, yeah. Kurt, who wins? Terramana versus Dillian White now. I'm not sure because, Terramana's not been tested by no one like Dillian White. An hour and 40? I don't think it'll be that late. Depends on how long that fight is. Yeah, these dudes are banging. But like fights like this, you can't get tired of because they're going toe to toe. They're not fighting like a bunch of scared pussies. They're not holding each other. They're not trying to hold and hit each other like someone that still wants to hurt you but afraid to get hit. That's what I can't stand. Oh, I'm gonna hold you, but I'm gonna hit you too. Yeah, you're just being a dickhead. You're just being a dirty bastard. You know what I mean? These guys are right in front of each other. Bat, 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 bat. They're going back and forth. And that's why I'm like, cool. I like fights like this because I can appreciate it. Ooh, good left hook from Blizzard. Ooh, good left hook to the body. Right hand. Blizzard's really putting it to, good jab. Nice. Nice. What time is it where you are, Kurt? Arizism. It is 6:36 a.m. Central Standard Time. That's the time frame I'm in as of right now. You know, we got Jai Opetaia. He's waiting. He's wrapped up. He's ready to go. You know what I mean? You know, hey, it is what it is. What time is it? What is it? Time, man. What time is it in Australia now?
The time in Canberra, ACT, Australia is
9:36 p.m. Crazy. 9:36 p.m. Kurt, someone like Terramona is going faster than Jololoff. Yeah, I mean, because he's getting more exposure. Jololoff, when the last time you seen Jololoff fight? When was the last time you seen him fight? Where the hell is Jololoff? Jololoff needs to relocate, bro. Go to the UK. Stop going, a lot of these fighters, just like Felix Stern, Dmitry Pitrug, Gennady Golovkin eventually had to leave Kazakhstan. He had to. He had to carry his ass over to California because he needed exposure. What's your time, Kurt? At 6:37 a.m. a.m. here, sir. If Jody Daniels starts with those love gloves, they better do something this time, and I am so serious. This is a huge fight. No turning blind eyes, please. It's 8:36 or 9:36, depending on the time zone. It's 11:36 in New Zealand. Damn. So it's almost Monday. It's almost Monday over there. That's crazy, yeah. Conrad Francis, good morning. I got to start learning to type instead of these voice clips. Come out so horrible. Forgive me, please. I do that all the time when I drive. I use my voice and it comes out saying all types of shit that you didn't even say. So I do understand Babsy 627 in the building. Butt hurt. Monday is the deadline. Yeah, that was hilarious, bro. Tyson Fury, I know he was all jacked up on that, like Wilder said, that booger sugar, Monday is the deadline. Yeah, work at 6, might have to do an all-nighter. Why not? Then I am going to bed right after this. I'm going right back to sleep. And I'm going to sleep till about maybe 11 p.m. Ooh. Good left uppercut lands for Odkin, but then he gets countered with a left hook. Yeah, these dudes could fight all damn day. Now this is the first time I've seen a clinch. It's crazy. You got the same referee doing the same shit. I don't like that too. Big down under demographic turning into new fans. Langsbury, counterpunch to you, bro. I've noticed that though. I've noticed my audience in New Zealand and Australia checking you guys now because the demographics, it's vast. I have different audience, okay? So looking at the audience, looking at where we are, okay? So Australia, New Zealand and Australia. Okay. Show us the fight, my guy. Cannot. Sorry. Much love from Willie. Is it Willie? So to do the calculation, New Zealand. %4 of 91,000.
4% of 91,000 is 3,640.
So I have in the audience in New Zealand, I have over 3,600 subscribers from New Zealand. That's big to me. Thank you guys for supporting me. Australia, 3.9. So around the same, a little bit less. But, I have a few thousand subscribers that are subscribed to Counterpunch Boxing News in New Zealand, in Australia. And here's the thing. I would love to have 100,000 people in Australia alone, or New Zealand, or 50,000 and 50,000 there. Because you guys love boxing. It's just like the United Kingdom, isn't it? It's just like, England. So it's crazy. How about the UK? Yeah, the UK is huge. UK is the highest, 38%. 38% of my subscribers are from the UK. 38% of 91,000.
38% of 91,000.
35,000 subscribers in the UK. The US, 19.2. So 19% of 91,000. 17,000. So the thing is, it's crazy. The channel is growing. The channel continues to grow. Yeah. So it is what it is. Kurt, I asked 2 times, what are we watching here? Please respond. We are watching Blizzard versus Ogden. Okay. They are just finishing their fight. The main event is Opetaia versus Claudio Squeno. All right. Quan, big guns in the building. Counterpunch to you, sir. 5.5 million people in New Zealand. 25 million sheep. Crazy. 5.5 million people. Look, I would love 100,000 subscribers in the UK, in New Zealand, in Australia. That would be dope. Have you been streaming for 24 hours? No, I have not. I've been on 2 hours and 33 minutes. Had a rest in between Davis and Mason fight. So it is what it is. Barry, Dwayne Edmonds. I'm from New Zealand. Been a subscriber for 2 years. Peace. Appreciate you, brother. Spread the love. Like and share. Let's get Counterpunch Boxing News everywhere. Bars. Let's do it. I love it when you do a Ruiz. That's one of your best impressions, to be honest. Yep. You guys need to start dropping love, dropping donations, sharing the videos, so we need to get more subscribers over in New Zealand, the Gold Coast, Australia. We need to get these guys here. But no, I appreciate you guys' support, because you guys are there by the thousands supporting me in New Zealand and Australia. So those are pretty high audience points. I would love more. Nothing's wrong with more. Dad's Army 1, 2, 3, 4. Bars. I've been up all night watching boxing. Haven't slept yet, but will be after the main event. Me too. I'm with you, Dad's Army. Counterpunch to you. What do I think about Wardley versus Hunas? It's a damn shame. A lot we've learned from both fighters. Okay. Ireland, 1.2% of Ireland. So let's see. 1% of 91,000.
1%.
So we got about 1,000 people in Ireland. South America, 1.6. Germany, 2.1. Canada, 2.3. Australia, 3.9. New Zealand, 4.3. Nigeria, 5.5. United States is 19.2. And United Kingdom is 38.2. So, you guys are all over the world. It's getting love from Counterpunch Boxing News. So it is what it is. I didn't know there is a Gold Coast in Australia. I know there is one in Ghana. Yeah. So That's where they're fighting at the Gold Coast. Belgium, I don't have any in France. I don't see any in France. I mean, yeah, I don't see any in France at all. So Italy, I don't see any in Italy. So I don't have anybody in Italy. You know, so not Italy, not Spain, not Brazil, you know, no. So so we got Dillian Collin versus Connor Wallace coming up next. Okay, light heavyweight. Then we have Claudio Squeno. Squeo is Squeo, not Squeno. Squeo. Claudia Squeo versus Jai Opetaia. The Gold Coast is in Queensland. You got Wales? No, I don't have Wales. But you know, Wales may be included with the United Kingdom. So that may be what it is. That may include Scotland, Wales, England. You know what I mean? It doesn't include Ireland, so I'm not sure. All those countries you named, they speak English. Yep. That makes sense. And that makes sense. Didn't think about who would win. I'd pick Ruiz. Well, it depends on what Ruiz comes back. You know, the long layoff. He fought last year, you know, so, you know, we'll see. We'll see what happens, man. We'll see what happens. Kurt speaks boxing. Counterpunch to you. Absolutely. That's what I'm talking about. One of those kids is going to be a world champion. Maybe one day. We'll see. We'll see what happens. We will see what happens. Yes, the UK is England, Scotland, and Wales. So, yeah, that's all included. So that 38%, you know, that 38.2% includes them as well. So I thought that's what it was. So, Mama Lou, that might have been the nicest thing I've said about the three of them collectively. How many Australian Opetaia fans are here? How many Australian Opetaia fans are in the building right now of 94 people on the chat? How many of you guys come to see Jai Opetaia do his thing, get in the ring, go ding ding, and go bang bang? How many of you guys are here to support Jai Opetaia? I want to know. And from the way I want you guys to show me, give me a 1. 1 to show in support of Jai Opetaia, please. So let's see. Let's see what we get. We need to get some of those just number ones. Just type in 1. Let's make it simple. I'm only here because I can't sleep. Iron Sentinel. A Bear, 1. Dad's Army, 1. Okay, cool. Conrad. Jim Morrison, 1. Who else? Conrad Francis, 1. Cool. Australia represent. David Eve in the building, 1. That's what I'm talking about. Let's get it. Let's get it. Let's show support for Jai Opetaia in the building. Let's get it. Because Jai Opetaia, for one, what's going to happen with Jai Opetaia if he successfully comes out like he wants to, like he anticipates, like he plans, like he dreams, like he desires? He's going to go to heavyweight. He's going to rock up and shake up the heavyweight division, and we need someone savage up there like Jai Opetaia that really wants to fight, that really wants to challenge himself, that ain't doing it specifically for the money because the money's going to come anyway. We want to see guys like that get to the heavyweight division and shake that shit up. That's it. To give challenge to the people that are already there, the new blood, the new kids on the block, the people that are projected to be the best. We need someone to give them the test. Bars. That's what we need. This Squeno guy, is he a world beater? I don't know. Finger red number 1. Tamarina Samoa. Counterpunch to you. Great Japanese fights. Nishida hurt. Nakatani, okay? Freezing in the Tron at Kiwi Brothers. He's fighting 5 minutes up the road from my apartment. A Bear, counterpunch to you. So that's, look, I really love to see support from Jaya Pataya up in there. Thank you for counterpunch boxes. Tasmania in the building. Simon Nibs, counterpunch to you. I respect the Samoan culture. Yep, me too. I do respect it. I do respect it all the way through it. Let's do it. Bars. Let's get it. I'm excited now, man. I'm getting fired up. About to have my third tee of the building. So Langsbury in the building, counterpunch to you. I know where you're coming from. You said it earlier. I pay attention. Let's get it. Let's go. So if Opetaia moves to heavyweight, then Wardley will fall further down the rankings. Well, Wardley has the punching power. Wardley is the heavyweight. Wardley is a guy that showed you why he's dangerous, that showed you why he was able to break the jaws of Mr. Frazier, okay? He shows you certain things. All it takes is one punch. That's what it shows you. Wilder made a career off the shit. I don't have to be perfect, but for 30 seconds or whatever, quarter of a second or whatever. All I got to do is catch you with that shot. So, a lot of times people, believe in their power, speak and believe and receive it, and he believed in it as far as he could believe in it until that wasn't enough. So it is what it is. Zurdo Ramirez, wanting to fight Jake Paul, he's trying to make that money. He's trying to get paid. And who was that? Wait a minute. Wasn't that wasn't that Malik Scott? Hold on a second. Who's training Zurdo Ramirez? No. Who's training the boxer Zurdo Ramirez? Julian Chua. Jaya Pataya could it happen one day? Oh, Jai Parker. I don't know. I don't really know. Honestly, I don't really know. Hold on. What do we got here?
The way they stand, the way they talk, the way they walk. Like I always say, it's more than that. It gives us that sense of belonging. In this world, everything can be taken from us. But one thing that can't be taken from us is our culture. What's that up? Where's that up?
Let me stop before I get copyright. I don't know if that's like that might be some national. They will shut this down. Some Samoan dancing is very common in New Zealand. Yep, I believe that. And Australia as well, though, right? How many more fights? We got one more fight after that. Acoustics Gymnastics, counterpunch to you. Shout out to you, sir. Pataya is a better cruiserweight than Usyk. I don't know. I mean, he hasn't been in Usyk's shoes. Usyk's been there, done that. Connor said Usyk versus Triple D 2 first. What's the story with Zerto at the moment? It's rumored that he's looking for the Jake Paul fight. I'm not really sure. Hoodie Monster nearly done it. Yeah. You know? Yeah. It's Skrill of 50. Guess what? Yeah, man. That's classic. Skrill of 50 in the building. Putting in that work, man. Yeah, guess what? Yeah, man. Simon Nibbs won. What big fights are you looking forward to? Well, I mean, we got next month. Well, we have Wilder on the 28th. We have Jake, on the 27th. We have Jake Paul versus Chavez Jr., freak fight, like Usyk said. We got that. I'm going to be live for that. What else do we have? Wilder on the 27th. Paul versus Chavez on the 28th. Let's see what Chavez can do to redeem himself. That's pretty much all we're going to look at, unless it's another fixed fight where Jake Paul can take a shot at, Chavez. If he quits, that ain't going to be the first time, okay? How much more minutes do you think? I do think it's strange to do this now in between fights. I think this would be the time to have the fight, then do this. Then we could see the main event, after we've, seen the celebration, and that could have it a part of the walk-in type, I can't remember the last time I saw Chavez Jr. Me neither. I think he quit against, was it Danny Jacobs? Did he quit against Jacobs? Did he get his ass outboxed by Anderson Silva? You remember that? Great fight on ESPN Plus. I keep hearing that. Who's fighting? Wilder versus nobody on the 27th. Yeah, I can't. Yeah, he pulled it out of the bag like that. Yeah, just threw that right hand. Okay, light heavy. You made weight, so man, you guys don't understand how that feels to make weight and knowing you got to make a certain weight. Absolutely. I don't even think Google knows Wilder's opponent. Damn. Nakatani versus Nishida. Counterpunch to you. Jay should stay at cruiser and completely dominate the division and wait for a super fight before thinking about heavyweight. But does he need to? If he's not a natural heavyweight, he doesn't. Well, I think that's what he's planning to do. 31-29. We got Colin versus Wallace. 185 to 192. Okay, I think that's the night. 15-1 and 14-1. So someone's one got to be done. Bars. That's what's happening. Wilder needs a couple of tune-ups. Nothing wrong with that. He has been inactive. Yeah, he needs a tune-up anyway, because, fighting Joseph Parker, then Zili Zhang, and that's 6 months apart. Yeah, he took a year off, get himself back together, had to go through some personal stuff because, the bitch move that Telly Swift pulled, she waited till this man got beat, then put a restraining order against him. If it was something prior that already happened, you could justify the restraining order. Nothing happened. She did it as a precautionary thing. Like, why would you do that though? We don't know how that was. We don't know how your life with Wilder really was. We knew that 6 months ago you had your ass in Saudi Arabia with him, you know, and then what, 5 months later you wasn't with him. So a lot of shit was weird about that. The time frames didn't add up between Wilder and his ex. Now, to be fair, Wilder did have another woman with him, so you can take that for what it is. Quan, I agree. Quan, I felt bad for Huning. To be honest, he was schooling Fabio from round 3. Yeah. Cantuna, we know of like Charles Martin. The ref cheated. He was on his feet by 9. The ref should have said, you are. He didn't care because he knew what he needed to do. He was paid to do what he did. He was to protect the home fighter, because the home cooking was in effect. Because, see, had he not did that, that would have gave an opportunity that they wasn't looking for. His opportunity was looking for ways to stop the fight if the fight is, in fact, in jeopardy of Fabio possibly losing on the cards. The fight was not meant for him to go to the cards, and they knew that based on how the fight was going. So if the fight was going like, oh, shit, how is this fight coming? It's not looking too well. So then another element has to, you know, they have cards. Basically, boxing is like this. They have cards they play. So if the fight is supposed to go, hey, it's a come out fight. It's a homeschool fight. It's a hometown fight for Fabio Wardley, just like it was a hometown fight for the Davises yesterday. It's just Keyshawn got stripped, so they didn't fight. But his brothers did. One won, one got his ass whooped. But it was a hometown fight. That's why I was surprised that Albright, now here, was able to win a decision. But in return, he got his ass jumped by the brothers, Keyshawn and Keon. Jumped his ass in either the back somewhere. So, yeah. Wilder, 97.67 KO percentage, best in history. No. Telly Givens. Telly Givens can play Robin Givens in her life documentary. And Robin Givens will sue whoever the hell makes it. Mm-hmm. Robin ain't playing that shit. And I can, listen, I can understand that too. If I'm Robin Givens, and I knew I was one of the hatedest women in America at one point, and that's 40 years ago. That is, no, well, 35 years ago. Well, almost 40 years ago. I don't want to keep rehashing that, or people to keep reliving that using my name. Cease and desist. Cease and desist, because I don't want to I don't want double jeopardy. I know people are going to talk, but I mean, it's what happened. You know, you claimed you were pregnant. People didn't believe you. You know, makes you wonder where he's at. Huna's count was less than 8 seconds. Well, they knew, and that was in place. That was in place to happen. You can pretend Wilder is an angel if you want, but he has 8 kids by 4 different women. No, I don't. Look. Here's the irony of Wilder. Wilder wouldn't have been in that situation had he done the right thing, because he was married when he met Telliswell. So you can't be, you know, he asked for that. He pursued a person that he didn't even supposed to pursue based on his marital status at the time. So there you go. You know, you just paid for doing shit you didn't have any business doing. You know, running after someone that you thought that was all that, which it came out years ago, that 50 Cent said that Jarrell Miller was like, he already busted her. Busted her? Yeah, I busted her first, Viv. You know, Deontay thought she was special because he from the country, and they don't have girls like that down there where he's from. And what Jarrell Miller said, talking about Deontay Wilder, made Deontay Wilder look like a country bombastic simpleton, bumpkin, right? Do you think Deontay Wilder is the Adam and the snakes tempted him to eat the apple? No, I don't know. I think that's a little too deep right there. I don't know. 14-1. Rumor has it that Wilder courted Telly Givens by playing a banjo. Even though Eve was tempted, never mind, my analogy sucks. Adam had better legs. Yeah, I hope he did, though. Nelthimi Fadugba. Kirk, do you think Fabio ready for Joshua Dubois or Caballo? I mean, I just don't think he will beat them. I think at this stage that he's on, if he's ready or not, he's going to have to fight him. Period. It doesn't matter at this point. It doesn't matter at this point if he's ready or not. What matters is who wins, because he's going to have to. It doesn't matter. It still doesn't matter at this point. He's going to have to see, because he's going to have to fight those guys because he's at that level now. So it's not going to matter. He's just going to sink or swim. Doesn't matter how good of a swimmer he is. Will he be able to swim when he gets in those deep waters? Or will he drown? That's what you ask yourself about Fabio right now. See, the prep time is over. So unfortunately, he was with someone that may not be defensively the best trainer for him. That's what he has. That's his bed. That's what he has to lie in. All right, Colin versus Wallace on the way through. Let's go. All right, jab. Okay, we got a southpaw versus an orthodox. Wallace is a southpaw. Colin is an orthodox. So let's see what we have. Wardley probably has big fists. Maybe. Keep on using the Wi-Fi. That's what I can't stand about Florida right now. It's time for him to fight those guys. Yeah. You know, we're going to see what he has to offer those guys. That's it. And everything that comes with it. All the good, all the bad, all the experience, all the unexperienced. It's going to show when he fights those guys like that. And then we'll see where Fabio Wardley is. You know, and then we'll keep seeing, hopefully, where Fabio Wardley is based on his opposition. If he wins, if he loses, if he draws. If he wins, well, hey, he goes to the next level. If he loses, well, hey, we see he could beat the guy that was in front of him. So let's see if he can beat the other guy. So let's say he fights Caballo. He loses the Caballo. Okay, let's see he gets a crack at Joseph Parker, which is unlikely, honestly. But let's see if he does. And he loses to him. That means he's lost to Caballo. He beat Hooney. He's lost to Caballo, and he's lost to Joseph Parker. But what does that mean? He's lost to Caballo, and he's lost to Joseph Parker, and they're on the top level. So he's not on the top level. Well, then what do we see Fabio do? Well, we see Fabio Wardley then fighting someone else, a Frank Sanchez, an Efe Ajagba, a Martin McCauley. What could he do with one of those guys? Depends on which one he fights. Let's say he gets a win. Okay, that's a win back in the direction of the winning, right? Not the losing. So it's a lot of things you think about. It's a lot of things that you have to take into consideration dealing with Fabio Wardley, because again, he wants these big fights. So I think it's only right for him to get what he's asked for. Is Adam Kalnaki retired? He should be. Poor bastard. Adam Kalnaki got beat. Let's look up Adam Kalnaki for a second. Adam Kalnaki, boxer. Okay, here we go. Adam Kalnaki was 20-0 with 15 KOs. Since then, he has lost. Actually, they say 4. Actually, it was supposed to have been 4, but it was a no contest for Joe Cusimano. I don't know why, but he lost twice to Helenius. Then he lost to Ali Eden Demirizin. Then he lost to, well, it was supposed to have been Joe Cusimano. Then he lost to Casper Mania. All of those, well, unanimous decisions by Ali Aaron, but no. Put Wardley in a big fight so he can learn the lesson. I think he will learn, ironically, like Huni learned. You know what I mean? He will learn, but in a different way. He will learn, like, listen, there's levels to this. This is why you should not, do certain things in certain fights at certain times against certain people. But he will learn. It will be a learning process. And needless to say that Fabio Wardley is still undefeated. Longsley agreed. He took big punishment last night. Well, this is an 8-rounder, so this is not too bad. I would prefer it being a 6-round. So it is what it is. I don't know how they come up with that. I have heard it too. Oh, man. I got Nakatani's number 7 for my pound for pound. What if Herndon wins? What's next for him? And if Wilder loses, what's next for him? If Herndon wins, it's over for Wilder. I don't know what that could do for Herndon, though. I mean, he could give him some kind of following. He'll get another fight or two. At what point and how big? Because it's not like Wilder has only so many opportunities. He can't make another loss. And if he loses, it better be on someone on a massive scale. So he will make the money that he needs to retire. I think Parker will stay waiting after Triple D KOs Usyk. They will fight again, a third fight. Yeah, more. I would hate those rematch clauses. That's why it's crazy, but it is what it is. You're damned if you do and you're damned if you don't in that situation, because if Usyk loses, which will be the first time ever, he will want to see if he can redeem himself. Then to be fair, should we expect him to do that? Yeah, we should, but would we want him to do that? No, because everybody honestly wants him to get the hell out of the way. He's older. He's been kicking ass and ruining huge fights for years. He's shown how good he was. He's too damn good. He's beat AJ and he's beat Tyson. He's beat the idea of any type of super fight between these two Brits that a lot of people wanted to see. A lot of money could be made, and it ain't going to be made because he robbed the damn leprechaun. He took the gold at the end of the rainbow. He took it for himself and he went back to the Ukraine. That's what Alexander Usyk did. He fucked over a lot of particular fights. Him and Zhilei Zhang, those damn southpaws, they did that. Parker will be okay because Usyk beats Dubois. Usyk is sitting back laughing now, full well only one he has to try is Fury. If anything happens July 19th and they F around Usyk, I'll go out of my mind. Well, they're not going to do that because I think what's going to happen with Usyk, you know, he may have a little discrimination. He may hear some boos, but, you know, Usyk is going to go in and do his job. So if there's any bitch in Danny Dubois, we're going to know if there's any bitch in him that day moving forward. You know, I hope there isn't. I hope he's able to take the shots like he did Filip Hrgovic, but it's a difference when you see shots coming like they were from Hrgovic. Hrgovic was telegraphing that right. And the crazy thing was he was able to hit Danny Dubois. So I'm thinking, okay, Daniel, what the hell? You know, Danny Dubois made some great improvement on AJ, you know. I don't like the way Fabio spread his legs too much. And a lot of times last night, he was dry. His hands were dropped. He's got to keep those gloves up. Well, if he don't, he's going to pay for it. And I'm going to be happy to see it because at any time you see someone that if they either not instructed to do what they're supposed to, Daniel headbutt Dubois, Usyk is going to brook him again. Let's see if he quits. Yeah, he's going to pressure him. But if you don't see those shots come, pow! Oh, where did that come from? Yeah, it's going to put you it's going to put you in an uneasy situation, guaranteed. This is 3 of 8, so I haven't seen these dudes do anything significant. What the hell are we looking at? You know, I seen when Colin walked in and he gave dap to Wallace, and it just made me think like, okay, well, what the hell are we? You know, what are these friends? You know. Hey, what network is the fight being streamed on? DAZN, T_Trizzy. DAZN is in the building once again. It's on our own DAZN. So yeah, this is a bullshit fight. Cheers, brother. Daniel's a dirty fighter. I will not take any exceptions. Dirty fight, dirty. Don't want my Ukrainian is prepared for anything that's coming. Usyk is a freak. Yeah, I think they're mates. Dead ass fight. Yeah, it is, dude. You've seen it. You've seen it. Custer and Chips. You've seen that play out already. He gave him dap. I was like, I don't know. And now they're fighting like their ass is in the gym somewhere. We'll just do it without headgear. And we'll go both get paid a fat check, innit? I am very feel. Counterpunch to you. This is a perfect time. Let me use the restroom. I'll be right back. Cool. fall asleep on the toilet seat. No, sir. Nah, man. I just brushed my teeth, stuff like that. You know, had to get another pomegranate honey green tea. I am back. Fury was dominating Usyk till round 8. That's bullshit. It was a competitive fight up until round 8 because Tyson did land an uppercut that people forget about. I think, we are some fickle beings, being boxing fans. A lot of people, I think, you root for who you want to see win. But you have to understand the dynamics in that fight. Tyson Fury did a good job, not the place to get good sleep. Sure ain't. Wake up, feet all numb, feet all. Imagine that, fall asleep on the porcelain god. Crazy. Fury did dominate round 5 in the first fight. One of those rounds anyway. Fury did a good job in the fight overall. It's round 5 of 8. And I haven't seen anyone throw anything significant. It's just like it's almost like they're afraid to open up. One bounces forward, the other bounces back. It's like if you dance, okay, that's a right hand that landed from him. Wallace, I believe. Yeah. Yeah, these dudes are not trying to fight. Don Charles talks like he said the prayer before the Last Supper. You say you believe in God, but what God would allow you to lie like you do? You are lying. You are a liar. You are a dishonest liar. Thou shalt not lie. Fury lost twice to Usyk. Yeah, he did. When the cold toilet seat turns into a warm toilet seat, that's when you know you've been there too long. Well, I guess Fury didn't show nothing to us that he can beat Fury. Usyk was never in danger with Fury. I mean, he got hurt in the first Fury fight. Usyk hurt him more. He hurt him more. So, there you go. Fury fights in spoiling style against quicker guys, like hopes to wear them down a bit, like an ugly Ali with less rhythm. It's unappreciated as not as exciting on the eye. Well, Tyson Fury should have went more to the body. Fury, dude, what are we looking at? I mean, I'm looking at two guys that are like, they act like they're not even, they don't want to really fight. They're just trying to pretend like they're fighting, but they ain't fighting. It's like you don't see anyone committing to attack. If you notice, they're just kind of moving and leaving. Yeah, this is a sparring session without headgear. This is exactly what that is. This ain't a fight, bro. Look how they're fighting. They're not trying to commit. You know what I mean? They're just. That's crazy. Yeah, this is bullshit. All right, I just got here. Do you think Jai will get the the KO or I hope so. They are boxing. They are not fighting. They're not trying to hurt each other. You see, they're not even making an attempt. Look at their faces. There is no indication that any of these guys took punches. They're just trying to get that. They're just trying to get that check. I know what's happening. They're trying to get a check. They're trying to get that 30, 40,000, if whatever that is. I don't even know what they're getting. And if it's less than that, they know they're not trying to go for it. They're not trying to show any type of resistance. And it's 6 of 8. So you got 2 more rounds of this shit. You know what I mean? They're not fighting for shit. Apparently, Hooney's Corner is lodging a complaint against the fight with how the count was. Don't think that will change anything. Well, at least they did make an attempt. I'm glad they're trying to. Marco Polo, D, very controversial, even when the cameras were like not focusing on what was actually happening. I don't know, man. I just think it was just people were so, they knew what they were doing, though. Fabio Wardley got a gift. They're on the 7th. It's in the 7th round now. I mean, these guys are not coming to fight. They're just there to kind of get their whatever the hell they got going. I don't know. Take out the word TV, and I meant Triple D. See what the voice clip does. Where was the ref? Where was this ref from yesterday in the Wilder versus Fury? I don't know. He was probably in the UK. Don't ask to watch the fight because Kurt can't. I know, right? That's just. Can we watch it? It does make you wonder how the hell people put a monetized video of these fights and it makes like 100,000 views or whatever. You know what I mean? And still able to keep their channel. Big Guns, what Fury do? Sleep with your woman or something? Jonathan, I know, right? Quan Big Guns does not like Tyson Fury. He's like, I'm going to make my business every day. Every time we come live, I got to say something bad about Fury. He does not like, he does not like Tyson Fury. I hope Tyson didn't, Fury's a fraud, period. Kurt, what is it when boxers cut their hair, they start to lose, e.g., Wilder, Thurman, Keyshawn, lose on skills? I don't know. Just show you don't cut your hair. That's why I'm growing mine out. I want to be strong. Ha! I don't know. Del Osho, that's a good point, though. Don't get Kurt kicked. I only just found him again. Damn. If you found Triple G in the bed with your woman, you would tuck him in. No, I wouldn't. I would beat Gennady Golovkin up. Street fighting different. Even though I think Triple G could street fight pretty good. I think he's different dude. What round do you think Joppa took? The 4th round. Toxic, the 4th round. It's just nonsense. You're right, man. I look. This fight is terrible. That's why I preferred it to be 6 rounds, because I knew it was going to be like, not good. Oh, man, that's funny. That is funny, man. It's crazy. Would have been more exciting. Waste of time. The chat better, Well, we got one more round before the main event. Yeah, let's get it. Let's get it. Let's do it. Let's do it, peeps. Zane hitting it with that tiny power. Yes, indeed. The USO fighting soon. Bare knuckles brutal, bro. Those bare knuckle cats. They're putting Austin Trout's now he's a bare knuckle guy. He must really need some bread. Poor bastard. Who you got, Kurt? Jai or I got Jai Opetaia all day. Oh my God, this fight is killing me. Boxing redemption. Now everybody wants to know why you go to the men's room and got to explain. I'm hysterical. I mean, I don't know. Maybe I did too many of those Tyson Fury jokes, because I remember when Joseph Parker fought Joe Joyce, Tyson Fury was there with Shane. And then they were in the front row, and it was hilarious. Tyson Fury he left because you could tell he was drinking, but then he left like on the undercard fights. And then he stayed gone a long time. He stayed gone like 30 minutes. And I'm talking shit. I'm at my condo and I'm doing the fight live. I'm having maybe 300-400 people on. It was a nice crowd of people. And I was joking about Tyson. And I was like, yeah, Tyson Fury, when he's drinking like that, he probably went and, hit a couple lines, him and Shane Mosley. Not Mosley, but Shane, his brother. And I was impersonating Tyson Fury and Shane. And Tyson, I was like, yeah, Shane, go ahead and hit some of this. Come on. Oh, some good stuff in it. Yeah. Yeah, Shane, that's some good stuff. That's some good stuff, Shane. Yeah, I got it from me, Canahan. You know what I mean? And I was just talking shit because I'm like, look how long he's been gone. He's been gone a long time. Nobody stays that long without doing something, up to something. And then when he comes back, right, he watches the fight. He watches the 11 round ass whooping of Joe Joyce on Joseph Parker, and then he gets in the ring. He's sweating profusely. His mouth can't stop standing still, and you knew he was high. That's what he was doing. He was, he was amped. Dude was coked up, bro. And I was like, yeah, and I was just joking, but yeah, that's what it was. Kurt, a little question. You look so nice and handsome when you trim down more other side of your beard. Just a female's opinion. Read. More other side of your beard. Okay. I'm not crushing on Kurt. I'm just a hairdresser and a makeup artist. I know how he looks best. Okay. Don't sleep on Kurt. He got them ladies on deck. Counterpunch to you. Kurt, which is the top 15 heavyweight has the worst conditioning? I think Zhang. Zhang. Fabio don't have good conditioning. But I don't know if Fabio's he's in the top 15. He has shitty conditioning. Jarrell Miller's on that list. Andy Ruiz has to be on that list because they're both obese. don't. Who else? Who else is on that list? Zhang, Wardley, Andy Ruiz. Jarrell Miller's stamina is not bad like you thought. I mean, he ran out of gas against Daniel Dubois the first fight. I mean, well, their only fight. But no, that's where Monday is the deadline comes from. Tyson Fury was coked up. Monday is the deadline. You could tell he couldn't even get it out. Yeah. Cabello showed Zhang can be stopped easy. You just need power. AJ can't keep his hands up because they are too heavy. They're heavy. My arms are heavy. I work hard. I train. I'm 18 stone. Fury always on the sniff. John J. Okay, coming up next. I don't even know who won. How would you rate a fight like this? Let's see.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are centering time to make this one official after 8 magnificent rounds of boxing action. We go to the judges' scorecards. Judge John Watson scores the bout 77-75. Judge Sabrina Kerr scores the bout 78-74. Judge Philip Holliday scores the bout 77-75. All three judges have this bout as a unanimous points decision victory, and it goes in favor of blue corner.
Just blue corner. That's like playing a video game. Blue corner. Not Connor Wallace. No. But yeah. But AJ should have been a pro bodybuilder instead of a boxer. I was going to jail. Oh man. Fury elbowed Ngannou and still couldn't hurt him. You can't go more when you can't get there. Fury was licking his lips like Angel Garcia. Yep, he was. Jay Caballero. Kurt, Fabio Wardley versus Zhang. Who do you got? Zhang. Zhang will knock out Fabio Wardley. That would be a fight I don't think that he would want. With Zhang, Blue corner is a slight step up from TBA. I'm asking for the last 90 minutes. What is the big event? I lost track. The hell? Open for the left hook. Trust me. Well, in Zhang's case, it'd be the right hook. It would be the right hook for Zhang. That would be a bad fight. He would bust. And you better hope it's a knockout, because if it's a fight where Zhang, it won't last long. It's not going to be past 6. Now, if it gets past 6, Fabio could probably take it. It depends on how tough he is. He is a tough mother sucker. He's proven to be tough. I'm asking for the last 90 minutes. What is the big event? I lost track of the fights lately. Please tell me. Thank you, Mr. Kurt. Counterpunch. Well, Jake Paul, Deontay Wilder comes back this month. To this day, he fights Herndon. Then Jake Paul fights Chavez Jr. So we got some fights coming. Then, of course, the big fights is going to be next month. We're going to have Danny Dubois versus Alexander Usyk. Kurt, what's it when boxers starts losing their partners? Wives start acting up? That's a good question. Well, boxers, their salaries depend on how well they do. So if you got somebody that's been getting their ass whooped 2 or 3 times back to back, yeah, they're going to get less calls. They're going to get less calls, and they're going to make less money. The less opportunities, the less money comes in. And when they got to break that to somebody that's accustomed, when the going when the shit was good, they were around. But it just shows you people are 2 or 3 checks from either showing you how they really feel, or there are 2 or 3 checks from you never coming in, or you not having to show you who they really are and how they really feel. Boxing Redemption, Squeno gonna get KO'd with a left hook. I got you. Wardley needs 6 months. He took a lot of damage last night, more than Hooney. He could fight ASAP. I keep saying that Count was a bunch of crap honey. I saw how he walked away. He didn't look like he was beaten up more than me. Wardley's nose didn't bleed for the first time yesterday. That's a good thing. Still looks like shit though. He should see Carl Froch's guy. The Carl Froch had a huge noggin, so he had shit to play with. You know what I mean? Whereas Fabio got this little small ass crawfish nose anyway. So what the hell is the trainers getting paid for all this money to do? But then again, you got to think about this. You can get trained all you want. When you step through the ring, that's up to you, not the trainer. You answered your own question. Eddie was upset with the count yesterday. Hell yeah, he would. If I was Eddie, I would too. That's his fighter. He thought his fighter was going to beat, and he was for the most part. I heard Froch was so insecure he got a nose job like a girl. Yeah, he got a nose job. But to be fair, his nose looks a lot better. He looks a hell of a lot better than he did back then. He looked like an old... Carl Froch looked like he looked like a different person. He looked like a different person. He looks more regal now versus then. He looked like a poor ass bum. A guy that worked construction or something. Thank you, Kurt. Amen. In the name of Jesus, thank you. The bridge always pulling crap. Okay, it's one thing to be partial, and it's another thing to be fair if that's crap. DJ Anton, if Fabio keeps talking, if Fabio keeps taking punishment like that, he'll end up like Joe Joyce. I meant to say the British Kurt. Nice. Carl has had every procedure under the sun. BVO Sports TV hashtag STN. Salute. Counterpunch to you, bro. Counterpunch to you. Carl Froch has a hater. I honestly can't stand him. Or is a hater. Yeah, he doesn't like AJ at all. Mrs. Carl Froch. Yeah, man, Carl got a fine wife, bro. Kind of punched his wife. Miller needs to shut up in another fight he missed out on. He does. He needs to fight. I don't think he needs to shut up. I just think he needs to fight. So here we go. So they're staring at each other. We're getting in. Let's go, people. Let's go. All because he left McCracken. I don't know. Age 34 to 29. Height 78. This is Jaya Pataya versus, look at this. Jaya Pataya. Well, hold on a second. Jaya Pataya versus Squeno right now. It just popped in. Froch is a flat earther. Fabio gets hit, but man, he caved in the face of Frazier Clark. He hurt that boy. He hurt that boy. You know I beat that boy. I beat him. Man, Adrian Broner, man. Trolling Hall of Fame. AJ probably smashed Froch's wife. That's why he's hating on him, AJ. You know, I think AJ is, you know, it's crazy, though. You know, it's like, he says, I like big BBWs. I'm like, no, you don't. I've seen your baby mama. She ain't no BBW. She's a little fit chick. You remember the little chick that the blonde that AJ was flirting with a couple years ago? You know, and he was just flirting like, yeah, you know, I would love to, yeah, I want to be with you, like you. And it was like a little baggie of whatever was on the ground. You remember that? I don't know if you guys remember. Kurt, I remember you doing an impression of Fury talking smack against Wilder in the first fight and getting slept in the 12th. Can you do it? Yeah, dude, that's been 6-7 years ago. AJ became a huge star. Some people simply resent success. Yeah, some people hate it. You know, some people think that someone's success is a reflection of theirs. Like, what if someone else's success has anything to do with you? Unless you were a part of that made that what it was. That's a different issue. And even that, you know, you can take pride in or acknowledgement in. Doesn't always supposed to be about fucking you. You know, did Malik Scott sleep with Wilder's? I don't know. I don't think he has to. He has Kate Abdu. He has Kate Scott. I'm not a fan of his attitude, but his accolades speaks for themselves. Usyk's the man of many shoes. Yes. Every time he changes those shoes, watch out. Kurt, have you seen British guy that does Tyson Fury and AJ impressions perfectly? Yeah, I've seen that guy. Yeah, he's pretty good. Okay, who's this? Okay, that's okay. Freaky Malik Abdu. Kurt, have you seen the British? Okay, I was saying that. AJ did preferential treatment and promotion, whereas Fury got hate from day one for being a traveling stock. Malik Abdu has no need to sleep around. Malik Scott is a renowned golden medalist diver. Got to put some respect on his name. Here we go. We got another super chat in the building. Kurt, cheers, bro. Having a beer and cheers to Counterpunch. What are you drinking? I'm drinking pomegranate honey tea. Great. Let's go. Ha. Love from New Zealand in the building. Boxing Redemption. Thank you for the love. Thank you, guys. Appreciate that love. And all the above bars. Typically, Kurt, have you been to Lagos, Nigeria or London before? I have not, and that's on my list, definitely. We got 130 here. We need 130 likes. We need 10 more super chats or more, 10 or more super chats, because we need to make sure Opetaia comes in this sucker full effect. Malik Scott, gold medal. They favored AJ because he had the look. They didn't want a beer belly champ. Typical British fighters and supporters always think that Wardley has the next chance against the winner of Usyk Dubois. I would rather JP knocking out Wardley first. Oh, Joseph Parker. If Usyk doesn't fight Parker or Caballero, do you think it will go against his legacy? If yes, then when does it end? Well, I think if he gets out of the sport, if he fights people other than those guys, he has to justify why he's fighting them. It can't just be because, oh, I wanted to. No, that I wanted to shit's out the window. I got to call this Wi-Fi company. Wi-Fi went out for a few seconds, and I don't remember what Carr was saying. Joseph Parker is a nice guy, man. Yeah, he is. Claudio Squeno is coming in, people. I think Usyk's legacy is locked in no matter what. He doesn't really have to answer to anyone anymore. Well, I mean, retire. Drop all the belts. If he beats Dubois and he doesn't want to fight anymore, that's fine. Just drop the belts. You beat Dubois twice. You beat AJ twice. You beat Tyson Fury twice. You beat Derek Chisora. You beat Joe Joyce in the WSB. You've beat who? Who else did he's beaten? Chaz Witherspoon. Okay, Chaz. Shout out to Chaz Witherspoon. All right. Kurt, what if Dillian beats Moses Atoma? That would be his legacy. I mean, I think they would shit on Moses before praising White, though. He's not dropping. Man, he looks like the actor named Jamie Bell. Jamie Bell, huh? Then Usyk is the man if he beats all of them. Well, I mean, the announcer. My shoulder's feeling better, but I can still feel it. I feel like I would need to put some KT tape on it and wrap it around. Chaz Witherspoon looks like Gary Russell Jr.'s sleepy older brother. Big ass brother, huh? Looks like one of his dad's cousins or something. Joe Joyce, Chisora, Witherspoon, AJ Fury, Dirty Daniel, and before he stepped up to the heavyweight, he finished off Tony. Oh yeah, he knocked out Tony Bellew. That was tough stuff, and because he was just kind of infiltrating to see what Tony Bellew had to offer. Here is Opetaia, people. He is coming in the building. Emmanuel Broderick's counterpunch, bro. Kurt, do you know British boxer James Cook? Yes. God bless the dead. He passed yesterday. Joking, they are made out of the taro and they are tough. What do you do? What did you do to injure your shoulder? I was on the boxing bag, man, and I was, I overextended it, and I just felt it tweak in the back. It was shitty. I hope Opetaia steps up to heavy soon. Well, I hope he does what he needs to do at cruiserweight first. I've always felt like, but here's another thing. Jai Pataya is 29 years of age, so he's not a spring chicken, though. He's not a spring chicken. So the best thing you can do, is to keep him active, to keep him busy. When Usyk becomes double undisputed, the first person I want to hear from is Claudio. Yeah, I think he was pretty good out there, even though, I think Usyk, I think he cut some corners. I would like to see him fight the other opponents, so if he takes a light choice, you remember what I did. I took on Vitaly Klitschko. That wasn't an easy choice at all. So he had earned his right to be there. So, I think that Usyk, I don't think that he's better than me. Kurt, I wonder why your friend, the knowledge, is not a trainer. The knowledge has a lot more other stuff going on. Damn, you've been online for a minute. 3 hours and 51 minutes, but who's counting? Great. Here's the main event, people. Here's the main event, people. Let's go. Let's go. This bloke is getting slept. Julian Falcon in the building, counterpunch to you. Hatman says the ref has a weird headspace. What ref? Lennox is not popular because he tells you he's great. Guys, he's going to come out aggressive. Oh, yeah. I can tell from the media workout. You know what I mean? Short arms. He's going to come out with something to prove. He's going to come out with something to prove, guys. So, take heed. Take heed on what he does, because a lot of these guys come out, come on, bat, 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 bat. Come out with adrenaline. Claudio, Squeno, 17 wins, no losses, no draws. Morfetta, Italy, in the building. Opetaia's opponent won't last 3 rounds. Well, let's see what Opetaia's about, man. Opetaia's in there. Come on, guy. Look at that green card girl over there. Lennox Lewis Wilder buildup would be hilarious. Yeah, I had to keep Wilder. I had to teach you how to throw a jab. I had to teach you how to throw a jab. You throwing a jab like a little boy. Let's go. Is he Irish? He looks Irish, don't he? He does look Irish. I think of Irish Barry. Card. Who should Joseph Parker fight next before he fights the winner of Usyk Dubois? Fabio Wardley. Time for Ja to show us something. I mean, he's been showing us 27 wins, no losses, no draws. I don't like how they don't show the knockouts. So, Ja Pataya is in the building, people. I think he should fight. Okay. Here we go. John Ray, counterpunch to you, coming in with that super sticker. Appreciate that love, bro. Let's go. Here we go. We need more super chats. We need to drop that love. We need to get like we need to get. Let's go. Ding, ding. All right, here we go. Straight left lands for Jaya Pataya. Ooh, another straight left land for Jaya Pataya. Man, that was quick delivery, bro. Quick delivery. Claudio gives a left to the body. He goes upstairs. He's unsuccessful, though. Ooh, good straight left from Jaya Pataya. Ooh, another straight left for Jaya Pataya. Right hook for Jaya Pataya. Straight left for Jaya Pataya. Damn. Claudio threw a left hook. He wasn't nowhere near the target. Claudio's built like Wolverine, isn't he? He's built like a little Wolverine. Once in a lifetime, you can't leave. Let's see. I was too broke to get this fight. Keep us updated, please. Lou Brown, counterpunch to you. I know the feeling, man. No shame. No shame. Times gets tough. I do think maybe it's Caballo. Yep. I mean, if he fights Caballo, they'll pretty much eliminate each other, and I think they're both threats, and I think those threats should be active. That's why I don't really want Joseph Parker to fight Caballo. I want Caballo to fight one of the guys that are up there now. Whoever the winners are, I want them both to get their opportunity where they both fought to get at. Right hook lands for Jaya Pataya. Damn, Claudio goes for a looping left hook. You know. Oh, good straight left from Jaya Pataya. Oof. This is funny. Wardley should face Ajagba. Wardley should face Ajagba. That would be a good one. I can beat him. Wardley no good. Wardley's no good. Opetaia is playing with his food. You know, he'll dip it in. You know, it's crazy. I think Wardley should face Hergovic. I mean, it's a lot of people, man, you know, and you know. What I like about Jai Pataya, like if you know, he has his guard up, he's keeping his distance straight left, but he's still in striking distance. You know, there was no need to grab and hold and all that, you know, uppercut for Apataya. Oh, jab for Apataya. Left hook to the body for Squeno. Squeno needs to go to the body. Squeno knows. Squeno throws a nice little rapid fire combination to the midsection of Apataya. Jab upstairs for Apataya. Now keep in mind though, Apataya looks like he's fighting a little midget. Uppercut to the body. But this guy's undefeated. So keep in mind, he doesn't have the mentality of losing because he doesn't know what it's like to lose. So you got a guy that's 17-0. That's a lot of fights. You know what I mean? You got over a dozen of fights. So you're like, hey, you know, when you get past over a dozen of fights, your experience grows and your confidence should grow as well. So, you know, he ain't coming to lose, in other words. Straight left lands. Ooh, right hook lands. All from Opetaia. Body shots. I like this type of fight because, you know, Squeno, for the most part, straight left lands for Opetaia. He looks like he's pretty durable. He looks durable. He doesn't look like some of those guys that, you know, that come to lay down, that takes a shot and, oh, this is too thick, so let me take a knee. No, he's not doing any of that. None of that at all. You know, and good right uppercut. He goes for a left hook, and I like it. He's going to the body though. I like Squeno's attack. Squeno is, you know, he's using what he has. You know, instead of trying to throw a right in, and if you can't land the right or anything upstairs, you grab like, you know what I mean, like you're falling from a damn building or something. No. It's not that way in this situation. And see, look, Squeno's just going for it, throwing. He's throwing punches. Look, he's throwing punches. He's making Opetaia fight, which Opetaia I don't think has no problem with. If you notice, he's like, dude, I'm not a simp. I'm not who you think I am. Right uppercut lands. Oh, good right hook lands for Opetaia. Straight left lands. Another left lands for Jai Opetaia. And I think, and the thing is, Squeno's already bleeding on the left side of his brow. He's already bleeding there. Claudio's dangerous on the inside. Yeah, he's dangerous. You got to be careful. If you get caught in the mid-range, it's almost like Andy Ruiz taking on Joshua in retrospect. You got a shorter guy that wants you to get inside, that wants you to come at him, but his gas is bad. I don't know. Claudio's dangerous on the inside. Anyone got a link? No, I don't think we have a link for, you know, the zone. It's on the zone, you know. Can you tell us when the round starts so we can know where we are? Okay. They're in between rounds right now. So, okay. And round 3 is start. Ending. Dang. Okay, there we go. 2 minutes and 52 seconds. And the ref didn't stop the clock. They just kept the clock running, which was weird. Round 3, 2 minutes and 45 seconds. Now, Opetaia tried to throw something. He had something on that to punch. Right hook for Opetaia. Okay. Squeno. He says, I have a link for you. Oh, let's see. Here we go. Straight left. Yeah, dude. Squeno's trying to land those looping shots because he's trying to make those shots count. Oh, good right hand for Claudio. You know, he's a thick little, solid little badger, isn't he? Right hook lands for Jaya Pataya. And understand, you know, a lot of times, you know, these are the type of fights that's needed. Oh, that hurt. Oh, that hurt Claudio. Claudio landed a left hook. Jaya Pataya landed a right hook, left to the body. Oh man, Claudio's leaning into those shots, bro. He's trying to pull a Mike Tyson in there. Squeno's taking his chance. Hell yeah, he's taking his chances. He didn't come all the way from Italy to lay down. Straight left. But you know, those punches are starting to hurt him now, if you notice. Oh, that was behind the head punch. He signaled that. Oh, good 1, 2, 3 punch combination for Jaya Pataya. Straight left for Jaya Pataya. Left to the body for Claudio. Left upstairs. A hook lands for Claudio. A right hook lands for Claudio. No, I mean, eventually he will. Now he's holding on. He went right for the chest and grabbed him. You know, yeah, he's out of tricks. He's like, all right, dude, I gave you everything I got. Now, now I'm a little tired. Now, give me a little chance. Let me get my wind back. All right, you know. Oh. Squeno is tired. I'm telling you guys, his gas isn't good. Neither best fight, the best, plain and simple. Everybody wants this one. Everybody wants the one. We'll talk to the boxing industry. That's the one that's called. I don't want Jai throwing with him. He's gonna throw because he's Jaya Pataya. Oh, good counter. 1, 2. Yeah, that got his attention because he threw that shot. Bit. He got 2-pieced up with no sides. Yeah. But see, look. Squeno's trying to make a fight out of it. He's trying to nick ball at people. He's trying to nick ball it. So he's not playing no reindeer games. That's what he's trying to do. That's what he's trying to do right now. You know, that's what that's about. Absolutely. That's what that's about. Okay, so it's round 4. This is my predicted knockout round, okay? You know, and that was just cold. That was a cold prediction. You know, so oh, what was that? I think he tripped on the foot of Squeno. Okay, well, he got hit. What happened?
Held and hit. Squeno, but it set the blueprint, is pointing low as though he...
Okay, so he's taking a little time. Clever with Squeno, though. Take your time. Shit, because like he said, he got hit low, so he can take up to 5 minutes if he wanted to, especially if it's acknowledged by the referee that it was a low blow. Let's see how low it really was, though. Right? Let's see. No, dude, he didn't get hit. That wasn't a low blow at all. That was to his solar plexus. The ref didn't see it. That's how you can play. That's what Don Charles was referring to. He's trying to say that Alexander Usyk gestured that he was hit low without the ref seeing that he was hit low. Like that. That's a perfect example. See, he thought Now Jai's pissed. Jai's mad because he know I didn't low blow you, sucker. So guess what I'm gonna do for you? I'm gonna knock you out. That's what. That's why. Look at Jai Opetaia. Oh, he's hurt. He's hurt again. He's hurt again. Right hand, left hook lands for Squeno. You got to be careful. Squeno's short. He's sturdy, and you don't know his power range in his range. You don't know how hard he can hit. But Jai's pissed. Straight left, right hook. Oh, Squeno tries to go down. He parries his head away. He comes back there in the middle of the ring. Oh, left uppercut. And he knows that left. I don't know what he's signaling to keep him up for. That wasn't a low blow either. Straight left for Jai Opetaia upstairs. Right hook for Jai Opetaia. Oh, I don't know if that one was probably on belt line. I don't know. See, now it's Claudio wants to hold with one and punch with the other because he's too far away. Good right hand from Claudio. You better be careful because, see, Claudio could just lean into those shots when he feels that Jai Opetaia is going in for his punch. That is the counter for every southpaw Terminator right there, the overhand right. But no, Jai Opetaia, look, he's jabbed. Look, jab upstairs, straight left. He's jacking this guy up now. He's on the retreat, and he knows, look, it's 20 seconds. Right hook, left hook to the body. Oh, left uppercut. Left hook lands for Squeno. Oh, left hook lands for Jai Opetaia. And that hurts him again. Every time he catches him now with that straight left, he stops in his tracks. Here we go. Jab downstairs. This will give Don Charles a flashback and send him into a rage frenzy. That's what the old Alexander Usyk did. He lied. He lied to the ref. He manipulated the ref and had the ref thinking that it was low. It was not low. It was on the belt line. You call yourself a child of God, but what God do you serve that makes you lie? Jai better not get careless. Keep working on the body, but watch out for the overhand right. Absolutely. Because that's what Squeno ain't got nothing to lose. I'm going to try to knock his block off. Look at that. Boom. Left hook. And he grabbed it like, oh, low blow. That was not a low blow. That was a legitimate knockdown. He got caught with a left uppercut to it was the solar plexus. And you got to keep in mind, those Squeno's trunks are high. Those are high trunks, bro. So there you go with that. You see how Jai Opetaia's is at his belly button. Oh, good right hook. Oh, that hurt him. Oh, down he. Oh, okay. He took a nod. That right hook hurt him. Yep. Here we go. 7, 8, 9. It's over. Yeah, he got hit with a shot. He's like, dude, you hurt me with that shot, dude. You hurt me, man. No. He turned away from everybody. Like, oh, no. Yeah, that fight's over. Yeah, that right hook, because see, Jai hit him with something that hurt him. You know, I mean, that made him think about, like, nah, I don't want to get hit with shots like that, you know? So technically that was 2 knockdowns. Jai's power is different. I mean, it's speed with the power. So yeah, he has power, but he also has speed with it. Limu. Nice. Keep busy. Fight for Jai. Yeah. Counter right hooks. Bow. Caught him. You know? And then Squeno's like, nah, y'all didn't pay me enough for this shit. You know what I mean? You know, I got to go back home and see people. You know? I want to be at myself. I don't want a CAT scan when I get back to Italy. I'd have to probably go, nah, I feel you. Grab his jaw straight away. Yep. Watch this. Right? Bow! Oh, he's like, no. Oh, he did grab his jaw, didn't he? Look at him. He's like, This dude that broke my damn jaw. I ain't doing this. I'm not. No. Let that O go. Fuck that O. Kurt, respect as always. Live, much love. Next time, my friend, take care. Arizism in the building. Thank you, my brother. Yeah, I hope his jaw's good. You know what I mean. But if it breaks, it breaks, because it's like this. When look, Jai Pataya knew, and I know he pissed off Jai Pataya because he had, Jai ain't no dirty fighter. Oh, he bow, the Weasel. The Weasel gifted 10 Counterpunch boxing memberships. Thank you. Yeah. Kurt, where's your drum? It's in Louisiana, man. There you go. Yo, Weasel, let's go. Weasel, 10 boxing news memberships. Counterpunch to you. Thank you for the love. The Weasel in the building. My man Vincent in the building. Jai broke his jaw. Is it broken? Let me see. Because Jai was asking, like, dude, you good? Because the way he was like, hell no. He was walking like something's critically wrong with him.
For the champion.
It's crazy. Crazy. Let's see what's going on with him. Hey, take your chances. That goes without saying in every match. You got to go in 100%, no less. True. Stocky dude, though. I mean, I never heard of Squeno, but I have now. Rain girl on the left. Yeah, she's bad, too. I thought the one on the right was bad. She's bad, too. She's prettier. But I don't know. I think the one on the right, yeah, crazy. Jai is on a jaw-breaking streak. Yeah, he's kicking, man. He's whooping guys. Well, how many knockouts did Jai Pataya have now? He's got 22 KOs. Cool.
Your winner once again, and still, congratulations, Jai. Fantastic performance tonight. We heard our broadcast team talk about it being a mature performance tonight, really measured. What did you make of the fight tonight?
Man, I was just in a rush. I really wanted to get him out of there. I'm chasing these unification fights, and it's frustrating. But also, thank you everyone for coming out here, man. I'm truly honored to be here in front of you guys. Back you up my home. I love you guys, mate, and the support I've been getting from Australia and Samoa, Pacific Islands, everybody, man. It's been special.
Was that as polished of a performance as you've put in recent times? You looked extremely unblemished throughout that fight, hardly hit, hardly hurt. It seems like you've broken his jaw there with that final shot. So do you consider that one of your better performances? Even though you're saying you're in a rush, you looked very, very polished in there tonight.
We did what we had to do. We've got a lot more to go. You know what I mean? I'm chasing these unification fights. I'm chasing these world champions. And that's where I'm focused, And I just want to say a massive thank you to Squeno for coming all the way out here. Everybody gives thank you for traveling all the way out here, man. Jumping in the ring, coming out here, and the Lions Den. So I appreciate you guys.
He said the Lions Den.
I see the Lions Den, of course. In that case, now let's talk about business. Let's talk about what's next for you. You said you were frustrated. You said you wanted to get him out there. Here's your chance again. Here's your platform. Because last time you called out Zerto, you said you were coming for him, and he just continues to run now. So what's your message now, and how do you make this happen?
Next fight, Zerto remembers. He's mentioned it. He's told me he'll fight me next after his management. So let's get it on. I'm chasing my belt. Let's go.
Do you think he's running scared of you? Do you think everybody in the division in and around is running scared of you?
I'm not here to bad nothing, I'm not here to beat him down or anything like that. He's not here to defend himself. But the fight is very easy to be made. We are ready. Whenever you call, we are ready. Let's do it. I'm
I'm going to bring Mick Francis in on this very shortly, but the talk this week has been that the texts aren't working, the emails aren't working, the correspondence of the modern day of 2025 isn't working. You're going to go over there now and confront this man in a few weeks' time. You would expect him to get over his opponent on that Jake Paul undercard. How will you go about approaching him and talking to him to say, listen, my friend, let's get this done?
Man, everything's already said, you know. We're not in the trash talking business. We're in the boxing business. And I believe I'm the best boxer in the Cruiserweight division. And that's all I want to prove. You know, so let's make the fight happen. And anyone who thinks they're the best, they're not the best until they beat me.
So that would be anywhere, anytime. Doesn't matter where it would be. Perhaps if it was in the USA, Saudi Arabia, it doesn't matter. UK, get it on. Let's do it.
Anywhere, anytime, just pick up the phone.
There's the message there sent out. I'll bring in Mick Francis if you don't mind, Joe. I'll get you just to remain for a moment. But Mick, can you please continue and elaborate on that? Because that's what you've talked about this week. You've said you need to go and see him in a couple of weeks' time on that Jake Paul undercard. Tell me about how that's going to work and what your plan is.
Well, the plan is to go over there and actually call him out. He won't come to us, we're going to go to him. You know, he's dodging. He's been dodging for a long time. I know he's got a fight coming up. But, you know, Jai's been asking for this fight for a long time. And we need to make, he's 28-0. He deserves it. He's done the work. You know, he wants that WBO belt. Mate, it's about time we make that fight happen.
So Jai's been very humble about it, Mick, the way that he's saying, you know, I don't want to badmouth people, but does there come a point where push comes to shove and you do need to get over there, as you're saying, and really press things on to make it happen?
Look, Jai's very respectful. We all know that, and he's all about respect. But unfortunately, sometimes you've got to call people out, and we need to call him out and make him feel like he needs that fight, Jai, because he is dodging, he is ducking. So we're going to make this fight happen. The only way to do it is to get on a plane, go over there, and call him out.
I'm looking forward to seeing that happen, Mick. Looking forward to seeing what you guys do over there in the USA. Can you elaborate on what that fight looks like? I'm sure you've had like some preliminary discussions about where, when, how.
Yeah, look, obviously it's been a Riyadh season. I'd say October is the date that we've been talking about. Turkey Usyk has been talking about this fight for quite a while. So we just want to make this happen, but it's up to them. They're the ones that got to say yes. You can offer all the money in the world, opportunities in the world, but they need to say yes. So we're here, we're ready, let's make it happen.
Last question, Mick, in your heart of hearts, can you see it happening? Can you see a way that a deal is forged and this fight happens? We all want to see it, especially here in Australia. I think the world of boxing, Mick, wants to see it, but I think for everybody out there that knows, boxing is not quite as simple as, you know, sending a contract, making a phone call. What does your heart of hearts say about how this goes down?
Yeah, we're definitely going to get this fight. I spoke to Spencer Brown yesterday. He said it's going to happen. He's one of the most powerful men in boxing. You know, him and Turkey Usyk are very, very close. He's had a long conversation with Turkey. Matchroom are trying to do their best to make this happen. We've got all the people around the world that want to make this happen. They just need to sign the contract.
So it's time. It's going to happen soon. Mick, we wish you all the very best. Go well on that trip overseas. And any last words you wanted to say to the crowd here before we close it off tonight?
Absolutely. Just thank you for everyone for coming out. Really appreciate it. We couldn't make these events without you guys. Experience Gold Coast. You know, we couldn't do this without you guys as well. Thank you for the relationship between us and long lasting from here on in. Also, Turkey Usyk, thank you very much. Riyadh season. He's always been a great supporter of Pataya. We're a great supporter of him, so you know, we want to see more of these events over in Riyadh. Spencer Brown for Gold Star, you know, he's the driving force, as I keep saying, behind this. You know, Spencer wanted this fight tonight, we made it happen. And obviously Eddie Hearn's a big part of our team as well. And if anyone can make it happen, obviously Eddie. So all those guys and the great team around us and experienced Gold Coast, you know, let's make this thing happen.
Fantastic. Mick Francis, thank you very much. Very well spoken.
Mick Francis, okay, the manager of Opetaia, just said they're running, they're ducking, they're not responding, so that's not a good sign. And that being said, you know, you really should kind of read that with your eyes closed as of right now. But, you know, Spencer Brown, Eddie Hearn, if those guys can make it happen, it could happen. But I think at one point, you know, no one mentioned the Jake Paul thing. So, you know, if he's going to fight Jake Paul after his mandatory, that means he's a liar. Like, you're a liar. You are a liar. Like Don Charles, you're a liar. You said that you were going to make the fight, but instead you lied. You are a liar. The truth is not in you. Oh, it's Mr. James. Squeno is Italian. He's probably thinking, sign of irritation. Probably so. He's probably irritated, bro. Eventually it'll be vacated. It's the WBO. This was some of the worst boxing I've watched in a while. Well, I mean, we got a knockout on the main event. So, I mean, what else could you ask for? So it is what it is. Love the Don impressions. That Lou Brown, that's exactly what it is. He's, Zurdo Ramirez, he's a liar. He said he wants to fight Jai Opetaia. He told Jai that he would give him the opportunity. He did not. He fought the clown Jake Paul for money, not respect or honor. What type of champion fights a YouTuber to avoid a unification? That is a clown in my book. You are a liar, Zurdo Ramirez. You are a liar, and God is not in you. Oh man, thank you for the day, Kurt. Enjoy the rest of your weekend. DJ Anson, appreciate you. Hey man, bro sounds like an African warlord, bro. That's how he sounds. That's how Don Charles sounds, I think. Right? Sounds like King Joffrey. No, this is Joffrey Joffa. Did you see the difference? Who told you that? I am Joffrey Joffa, King of Zamunda. King of Zamunda. James Bash blessing me with that cash. Thank you, my brother. Keep up the good work. Bars. Absolutely. Listen, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Here's Don Charles. Look.
Fans, they divided into two camps. Was it low? Was it borderline? So I thought that punch was a punch from the gods. He landed it right on the line. I have the view that the shot was okay. Muhammad Ali always talks about the cards of that big, very, very close. I think that's a legal shot. It was a real low blow. You know it's a legal blow. What the referee did next was outrageous. The seconds are ticking by. Suddenly, the minutes are ticking by. It should now take some more time. There were 3 minutes and 45 seconds of bullets on Usyk recovery. Usyk came back, dropped him in the 8th round and stopped him in the 9th. Until now, there's still a question mark. Usyk has shown that he is the man. Usyk's beaten Joshua twice. He's beaten Fury twice. He's the closest that I've watched for you master boxing. He's the defining champion of the era. This version of Daniel Dubois means you're on beating Philip Hergovich. Then to go to Wembley Stadium. Daniel Rosen was the underdog. He was like a man possessed. Anthony Joshua is the rating. This is the guy ready to take.
Hey, you know what? That actually got me hyped, though, to see it was legal. Crazy. God bless people. I'm going to catch up with Callum Simpson fight. It ran some time as Wardley stayed. Guys, I thank you guys for coming on. I thank you guys for this whole weekend. It's been a live extravaganza. 2 lives yesterday, a live today. Oh, yes. And wait, there's one more live today because we come in live at 1:30, I believe, for reflections of yesterday so we can recap. So we got one more live today. So we got 2 lives today, 2 lives yesterday. Stay tuned for the next live. So, hey, I ain't going nowhere. So we're working. We're getting it in. Thank you, guys. Love you guys. Have a blessed day. I will see you in a few hours. I'm getting some sleep until then. And everyone until then has been counterpunched. Peace. That was a good one, man. Good stuff. Good stuff.